Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. And we're going to look at treatment for severe substance use disorders in the United States and Italy, organized here at the community, as you can see, by San Patrignano in collaboration with the Presbyterian Hospital, New York. And also thanks to the fundamental support given to us by the Alessandro Gondini Foundation and the San Patrignano New York Foundation. We thought of this convention already 2 years ago. We should, in fact, have met here in person, but obviously the pandemic prevented us from doing so. But we had meetings online in which we went into the theme of opium substance disorder. Now we're going to talk about all substance use disorders because we want just to look at substances, but especially on people who suffer from this problem and see the quality of their life so enormously jeopardized and who need our support. They need treatment pathways to be able to get out of the difficulties that they are suffering from. So I'd like to thank all the speakers from America especially who have traveled far and wide to be here, but also the Italian speakers for accepting this opportunity to speak here because it's still summer. So thank you for coming. And I'd also like to thank the participants who have found this theme interesting and want to look at this issue, this complex, difficult issue with us today. But it's such an important issue. So thank you for being here. Now, without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to the first speaker, Roberto Speranza, who's the Ministry for Health in Italy. He can't be here today, but he has been here for an afternoon with us. So I'd like to thank him for still wanting to be here. And he's going to link in through the internet. So thank you. The floor to you, Mr. Minister. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you all. I'm very, very happy to be able to participate in this important initiative, this meeting. Now, this discussion, in fact, comes 6 days after my visit to the visit of San Patrignano, which took place last Saturday. And it was a very important visit for me to be able to meet the community, this important community in our Italian setting. I think that the first message that I want to give, and I must give, is to express my gratitude to all the women and men who work and have worked for years at the San Patrignano community and who have dedicated a large slice of their life to the community. I think that this is a very important experiment and ability that our country has shown to be able to give people the opportunity to be a part of society, leaving nobody behind. And I think this work underlines the spirit of our own national health system. It's the spirit of Article 32 of our Institutional Charter, which is something which must illuminate our work and what we do to leave nobody behind. And this is an opportunity for everybody, to give everybody an opportunity. And I think this is really the founding pillar of our national health system. And the San Patrignano community and the various women and men that I met at the community certainly are part and parcel of this challenge and this basic belief. Now, this, in fact, comes at a very specific moment. We're not in normal times. We're in very special times, extraordinary, exceptional times. And in the last few months, especially the last 24 months, the difficult years that we have had to overcome that caused upheaval in all our lives, has shown that we have to really try and find a new way of approaching things, a new season. We have to once more newly center on treatment and look after the needs of everybody. So when we discuss the question of addiction, dependence, being able to treat, to include, and to welcome into society and help people to rebuild lives in very difficult times for them, I think this is the challenge that is part and parcel of what we are facing today. I have in mind always the words of Pope Francis in the months when the universe, in fact, was facing COVID. At St. Peter's Square on a rainy day, which was empty, Pope Francis said these words. He said, in fact, there is only a risk of wasting this crisis, he said. That is what we have to think of, the Pope said. And indeed, this is something that we have to think of as well, that we mustn't waste this crisis. And this is something which is all important for all those who are in education and in treatment at any level. We mustn't, in fact, waste the crisis that is before us. These difficult years have certainly had an effect on us and have caused upheaval in the lives of all of us and have put our National Health Service to the test. The people who have worked in work in the service, in fact, are people that we have to thank enormously. But these very difficult challenges in this very difficult time has opened up a window of opportunity. And this is also the message that I would like to leave you with in my introductory speech to this meeting. We have to transform the crisis, the most enormous health service challenge that the whole world has lived for many, many years. We have to transform this into an opportunity. We have an awareness today that we didn't have 2 or 3 years ago. When 2 or 3 years ago people said you have to invest more in people, more in treatment, more in including and integrating people into a society. We have to invest more in our medical staff, in our national health system. And those voices that called for this to take place and for these targets to be met very often were not listened to. Today, this is no longer the case. There is, therefore, a window of opportunity in the sense that the priority has changed, the order of priority of things. Everybody now realizes that the right to inclusion, the right to health has become the most important thing there is. And it has become part and parcel of our lives, of history. It has changed the priorities that we have. And this seemed impossible only just a few years ago. And therefore, we have to really defend our universal health system today. That's all important, that health of people is a primary priority. And this is now something we're all aware of. But first of all, we have to look at our resources. And here I'd like to be very clear. We can't hide things under the carpet. We need more resources. We need more investments on the part of the investments of all levels, in institutions of all levels. We need more resources. We have to be able to offer a system of safeguard and protection. And this is something that we have started doing. There has been a change in pace in the last few months. I became a minister in 2019. COVID was not yet there, and we spent 14 billion euros in the National Health Service. More every year. And after 3 years, with the same fund, we have an enormous more than we had 128 billions now, and hopefully there'll be even more investments put into our national health system. The Recovery and Resilience Fund of our government, in fact, has invested and is investing enormously in our health service. And we have to insist everything that goes towards the safeguard, the inclusion of all citizens, and which offers everyone the right to health is something which deserves more than ever to be at the center of whatever government is in power. And the same applies to the reforms. There are many resources, of course, which are necessary, but also we need reforms. We have to look at community medicine. We have to see what works best, what works less well, and we have to have the courage to do something about this. And I think the key word must be being close to citizens, having a community offering and supply of medical help and protection. We have to get close to the problems. We must not allow people to have to search hither and thither to get the right sort of treatment. And that means investing in people, developing a better programming of our health service. And we have to change the way that we invest. We have to invest in people, women and men, who in fact are part of this national health system that we have. And part and parcel of this challenge, I think, is the development of means to make people independent, to be individuals that are part and parcel and fully members of society. And indeed, the community of San Patrignano does a great deal towards this. So my message and my best wishes for this meeting goes in this direction. We are, in fact, not in normal times. In these last 3 years, we have met many difficulties. We have changed and seen the change of many things. And thanks to the extraordinary vaccination campaign, Europe and in the world. In fact, we are one of the top countries, and we are looked upon in our country as having succeeded in this campaign. The central state, the various regions pulled together and did important work. We are today, as a result of this, in a position to be able to fight COVID better with our feet on the ground and looking forward into the future with confidence, and we have more tools available to us. And at this very moment, however, this is the time when we have to put into practice the lessons we have learned and to develop and really put into practice the question of health and the safeguard of health as a key aspect of the agenda of our country. And this requires a pact on at all levels in the various institutions, regional institutions, and also municipal communities need to be part of this pact, because in our country, the social issues and health questions have been divided from an administrative point of view, and the two have been disconnected. But these things have to come together in people's lives. These two things come together. They may be divided from an administrative, bureaucratic point of view, but social issues and health issues are almost one and the same for the ordinary citizen. And San Patrignano has in fact shown how much they are linked together. So I'd like to end with this message. This is the right moment to have a quantum leap in what we do. It's the right time to put health policies much more into the center of all our policies, because this is something which our country must do, and we can put together an enormous amount of national and also regional experience with a view to making our national health system stronger and allow everyone to have a right to health, because this is a fundamental pillar of our constitution and the essence of what we are as a country. And I'd like to therefore thank you. Thank you for the work that you are doing every day. Thank you for having allowed me to open this meeting. And I really do wish you most sincerely a very profitable meeting. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Very interesting what you said with regard to the social dimension, which is so closely linked to health care. Now I'd like to call upon the Emilia-Romagna Councillor for Health Policies, Raffaele Donini. Thank you for coming. Thank you, really, for this invitation. I, too, would like to offer my greetings and also encourage especially you to start this meeting today with great courage and with humility, but also looking to the future, because today we are comparing situations and outlooks and treatment systems which are geographically very distant but very close in terms of the targets that both systems set themselves. Now, the first issue is this that I'd like to underline. That is, finally, we're talking about treatment, not just about fighting drug addiction. And treatment has to be a key pillar of the regional and national health service throughout the world, and which involves all those who are involved, not just the therapeutic communities. They all have this most important role. The summary notes that I've made to open up this meeting. This is, in fact, the third time that I've come in a short period to San Patrignano. It won't be the last, but unfortunately I can't stay for the whole meeting because I have other institutional engagements. But certainly I'll be very interested to have an account and be able to read the procedures. I was saying it's very important to start from a regional point of view. And we have the 6th International Conference on Dependence and Fragility. This was held in November 2021 during COVID. In fact, I think it was the third wave, as we called it, of COVID, which fortunately showed the good effects that vaccination has. And this conference was held more than 12 years after the previous conference, and it was a sort of taking stock of the situation in a very changed situation. In March 2022, the second National Alcohol Conference promoted by the Ministry for Health and the Emilia-Romagna region, in fact, developed the program together with the experts from all the regions in Italy. And this shows that the regions work together. In fact, otherwise it would make very little sense to have an overall national aim for the treatment of disorders. That the world has changed, we saw. We've seen a profound change in the type of patient. In 1990s, there were heroin users. Now it's alcoholism, also pathological gaming. The picture has changed, and this changed world means that we too have to change our approach and the way we organize ourselves. and hence in making our treatment systems more effective. What came out of these meetings? What did we as Emilia-Romagna, the region in Italy, draw from these meetings to allow us to think of how we go forward in trying to fight against addiction, but also treat it? First of all, we realize that we have to have a total provision of care and taking into account the whole of the person. And this is an ethical issue. We can't just focalize, in other words, focus on the type of dependence, on the correlated pathology. We have to take on board and take into care the person as a whole. And that is a means of allowing many disciplines to be part and parcel of that treatment pathway, and to bring together the social sphere and the health treatment sphere, the healthcare sphere, because where we have a healthcare need, there very often is a social need, a fragility of the person, a vulnerability of the family, and there is a vulnerability which goes wider than the person, and very often we see that this links in with the need for healthcare treatment. So here we are working on our budget within this target, and we at the beginning set aside only a few million euros to this, but we hope we'll be able to increase our budget, both in terms of prevention and promotion of this particular joint instrument. Another thing, and here I conclude, is another modification that we have made, another change we have made in our policies, given the experience internationally. I refer to the Lisbon Treaty. There's a question also of mortality. 1996, 1,560 overdose victims, 293 deaths. But one of the main causes of death is still due to drugs among young people in Europe. And also we see the new drugs which have come to the fore. Synthetic drugs, synthetic substances, and as a result the region has set up a survey to assess the users of derivatives of these substances. I'm not going to mention them, and we are doing this through our Emilia-Romagna provision of care for addiction services, which forms a network. COVID obviously forced us to change and to update this service network we had. We are much more interdependent as units go, and we're much more inclined to measure the impact which is had on the network and the sustainability of this treatment network, and we're much more willing to use technologies. Remote medicine consultations and so on have come in. But the priority, the previous priority, which is still the main priority today, is training of personnel and increasing our ability to pick up and identify those in need, and also to have domiciliary care. The expression of what we do and what our challenge is on the part of the Emilia-Romagna Health Service is to increasingly link in with the therapeutic communities and develop new agreements and further agreements, so that we can discover and look together and to the taking into care of those in need, those who have substance use disorder. And this means, for example, having a patient card which will be shared among the various actors in the system. And this will help to widen and make more profound the network and bring in those who have been left out. Now, the Minister of Health has produced guidelines in this area, which we have looked at as the region, together with the Health Commission, with a view to developing experimental social health integrated communities to be able to include minors with dependency issues or social and also psychological fragilities. I think that this is something where we must include communities like San Patrignano in the light of their experience and the contribution that they can give. The knowledge of the problems that the individuals have. And I'm sure that San Patrignano can be a point of reference, and certainly the Emilia-Romagna authorities look to San Patrignano for this. And we are ready, should the community be willing to work together on this. And with that, I thank you.
Interesting picture of the Emilia-Romagna projects, and also thank you for having involved us as a consultant, as a point of contact to provide support in drafting these guidelines, in particular when it comes to minors, because actually there are no appropriate services for their needs at this moment. So under 18s do not find anything to meet their requests. Now, I should have invited on the stage the co-founder of the San Patrignano Foundation, Letizia Moratti, who's also regional minister for welfare at the region of Lombardy. In her place, I'm inviting Gabriele Moratti, who's member of the San Patrignano Foundation and also of the Friends of San Patrignano in New York. Gabriele, over to you. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank all participants, as well as Minister Speranza for his visit and for his speech today. I would also like to thank Vice Secretary Sileri and Regional Minister Donini for their visit and for having participated in this conference. Your visit means a lot to us and to the entire community. It means a lot to all the boys and girls who are currently undergoing their stay in the community. Substance abuse is a jail. It's an isolation cell. It's a black hole that sucks up everything that there is of beauty around us, and as it disappears in this black hole, everything that we take for granted in our lives does not exist for substance users. There is no friendship, no affection, no desire to have a healthy ambition. There is no sport. There is nothing simple. There is no pride in what we do. And unfortunately, often there are no words to comfort. You only live for one thing, your next fix. And this creates a sense of existential loneliness that's very deeply rooted. Knowing that there are institutions and people like you who take an interest in these people, in their situation, in their lives, means a lot. It means a lot to them not to feel lonely, especially for people who are frail. That is extremely important. So your visit and your presence here is extremely meaningful for them and for all those people who very often do not make the news. All the voluntary workers or those people who for 40 years have been making sure that the community of San Patrignano lived. It's a place where decisions are made as a community, where the way of being next to people has changed because time passes, generations change, the reasons leading to substance abuse change. And these people have been active for many, many years. They are very experienced, and they are, first and foremost, extremely generous, extremely dedicated. They're not doing it for their glory or reputation, but because they are deeply convinced of what they're doing. It gives them strength to know that institutions like yours come here to visit the community and very often leave the community of San Patrignano with words of great appreciation for the experience they have had here. So we'd like to thank you on behalf of the foundation, of the community, and I personally would like to thank you also on behalf of my mother for your visit, for your presence here, and for caring about this issue and for these people, and for participating in this event. I would also like to wholeheartedly thank Daniele Bodini, who's a very dear friend for me and for my family, but more importantly for the community of San Patrignano. Daniele has been with us from the beginning. He's always been alongside us. He's always been there. He's always been extremely generous. Most of the time behind the scenes, helping San Patrignano in every possible way he could and can help the community. A study was carried out by Professor Avery that made San Patrignano and the San Patrignano method known also in the United States and in the rest of the world. But his generosity doesn't stop there. Daniele is always willing to lend a hand, and he does everything with the utmost generosity, with an open mind in interacting with all the people that are the core of San Patrignano, that are part and parcel of the mission of San Patrignano. Drug addiction is not a choice. Unfortunately, in many segments of the society, people still think that people who end up being drug addicts have made a choice. Here in San Patrignano, we know that is not the case. We know that is not the case for very many reasons, starting from age. Here we have 2 centers for minors, including guests who are as young as 12, 13. And also people who come to San Patrignano later when they are 20 or in their mid-20s or around 30 years old, have all started around that age when you cannot make a deliberate decision, an informed decision, because none of us is able to make such decisions when they are 12, 13 or 14. You cannot claim to deliberately make a choice where you forget everything positive that you could make of your life and decide to become enslaved to a substance which keeps you imprisoned until someone lends a hand and helps you out of that situation. It's not a choice. We know it. Because at San Patrignano, we have been working on this, focusing around the person. The person is the crux of our recovery path. In San Patrignano, you join a context where people around you don't need to wear masks or to show a side of their personality that is nearly perfect. People here are not scared, not afraid of showing their vulnerabilities, their weaknesses, because essentially they're all in the same situation, which triggers a positive flow, because you know that people may have come here a few months or years before, or maybe decades before, but they're essentially sharing in the same situation. And so you go through your path being close to each other. It's not a process based on rules, on steps, or on preconceived ideas and bias. It's all based on closeness, on affection, on helping people build those things or rebuild those things that we take for granted sometimes. Simple things like friendship, love, pride in the work you do. And learning again how to stay with others with no second aims. I think that's one of the reasons why the San Patrignano method works, because it focuses on people, on dignity of people, and on the rehabilitation of people. So I would like to thank you all once more. I'd like to thank all the panelists from whom we think that today we'll be able to learn a lot and enrich our knowledge. And we hope that thanks to their presence today and their visit here, we might contribute also enriching their experience. I would like to thank the institutions and Daniele for his friendship and his generosity and support. Thank you. Well, we too would like to thank Daniele. So I would like to invite Daniele Bodini on stage so we can hear from him. We can hear the passion and dedication to this project he has kick-started. Thank you, Gabriele, for your kind words. In particular, I would like to thank the San Patrignano people for everything they do every single day, for their strength in showing others that you can start from the bottom and then reach the top. 30 years ago, I was a friend of Gianmarco and Letizia, and I came here, I visited the community, which I have followed and seen become one of the most beautiful things and experiences in Italy. It's really the jewel in the crown. And what struck me most isn't just the perfectionism here, trying to do your best, going back to living a full life. But they always focused on the sustainability of the process, i.e., in recovering people, rehabilitating people, they essentially self-finance most of the costs of being here through the work they do. And I think this is a source of great satisfaction. And it's also a great lesson for institutions as an example of sustainability. Some years ago, I was so lucky as to meet Dr. Jonathan Avery of the New York Presbyterian Hospital, Cornell University. That's the largest hospital, one of the largest medical schools in the United States. And he was so generous. He came here to see the community for himself, to ascertain whether this method could be applied outside of Italy, possibly in the United States or elsewhere in the world. Today, Jonathan has brought here with him a group of experts in this topic. I would say a group of top experts internationally, the best, to verify and judge what has been done, to tell us what they know, and to improve on the excellent work which everyone here in San Patrignano has carried out, starting from Gianmarco, Letizia, Vincenzo Muccioli, Gabriele, and all our other friends. So thank you very much. Wishing you all the best. Daniele Bodini, in his words, moved me. So now I would like to invite on stage Vice Secretary Sileri, who was supposed to draw the conclusions, but unfortunately very urgent institutional matters force him to take the floor now, because he's going to have to leave us soon, but he didn't want to leave without bearing witness as to his closeness and support. Well, in particular because it's going to be particularly difficult to speak now after everything that has been said. My greeting is actually redundant. What I'm going to say is nothing new. Those who have taken the floor before have already said it all, essentially. They said all the most important things, so I will refrain from making political considerations, because those who know me are aware that I'm a simple surgeon, temporarily active in politics. In a few weeks' time, I'll go back to my work. But I wanted to just add one remark. Gabriele Moratti has mentioned the fact that addiction is a prison. San Patrignano offers a way out of jail. It was foresight that is now clear to everybody. Speaking about health services, we speak about customized or tailor-made healthcare to meet the needs of those people who are suffering and need treatment or care. This was apparent here many, many years ago. What is currently commonplace in the health service, so the shift from cure to care, started many decades ago here. So I think that is the real strength. And we should all learn how to manage our daily lives, not working in silos, because if you work in the healthcare sector, that's rather obvious, but the same should apply to different levels, because when speaking about drug addiction, that famous black hole swallows up everything. The possibility of having all the cognitive, relational, work-related relations that have been impinged on by the drug addiction. So it's not just to do with health. It cannot and it must not be just a health care consideration. So my invitation to politicians in general for the next few months is precisely to highlight and leverage on training and education, what lies behind an experience like this, because that training and education leads to excellence and to the results which can then be compared. This is an opportunity to exchange ideas and experiences with the United States, and I'm sure this will be a learning opportunity. We will have time to identify differences and commonalities among our systems. As Daniele Moratti was saying, it's extremely important to improve the approach to dealing with minors, for example. Unfortunately, the growth in substance abuse in minors is really mind-boggling in Western countries, and that's one of the commonalities. So we need a common approach in knowing how to anticipate these changes in epidemiology, changes in our society which are undoubtedly worsened by COVID. So I would like to wholeheartedly thank San Patrignano because, as I said, it was ahead of its times 40 years ago, but it still stands as a clear example of something that could and should be replicated by leveraging on training and education, the foundation of success. I will stop here not to bore you any further. Thank you very much. It was much appreciated. Now, this concludes our introductory remarks. We are slightly late, but I think it was well worth it. We've heard a lot of interesting projects, proposals in order to work together better. Now, we are moving on to our first panel, where we will be sharing some data. So I would like to invite on stage the first speaker, Jonathan Avery, who will tell us about the situation in the United States. So we will get a background picture with some data on the epidemiology of substance abuse. We will soon celebrate the Overdose Awareness Day in order to draw attention to the topic of overdoses. It's a staggering figure the world over. Just to make an example, in the United States only, last year, 107,000 people died because of an overdose. So it's really a mind-boggling figure. And this is only the tip of an iceberg, because according to the World Drug Report of the United Nations, we know that 38.6 million people have an addiction. In Asia, speaking about methamphetamines, amphetamines in Africa and in South America and Central America, people who enter treatment mainly do so because of disorders associated with the use of cannabis, marijuana. In North America, it's opioids and cocaine. Same for Europe. So there are different types of addictions from different substances, but the problem is always putting people first and trying to support people. So thank you very much for being with us, John, for everything that you are going to share with us about the situation in the United States.
Thank you, Monica, and thank you for all of you for coming. It's so wonderful to be back here at San Pa. It truly is an amazing place, and I know all of us from America are just so excited to be back here to think about how we can help folks struggling with substance use, certainly here in Italy, but definitely in the United States and around the world. I think there's a lot we can all learn from each other, so it's really special to be back here. So I'm going to be talking about the epidemiology of substance use disorders in the United States. It's a bit of a depressing report, but just to sort of set the stage so we can understand what we're facing in the United States as we go forward here. I also have to say my thank yous, though, to start, and a big thank you to Daniele Bodini for supporting this conference, but also supporting the care of folks with substance use disorders in the United States, and certainly here at San Pa. His work and generosity has saved lives on both sides of the world, and I couldn't be more grateful for his friendship and his generosity in really helping us tackle this difficult topic. So thank you very much again, Daniele. We really appreciate it. And then, you know, one thing that's special about San Pa are the people here. And, you know, I've been lucky enough to do this talk. In places around the world. So we've done this conference in San Francisco, we've done it in New York, and during COVID-19, we did this conference online. And so we did one here in Italy, but 3 times over 2021, we had a virtual conference on a similar topic, and over 1,000 people from the United States participated because they really want to learn about the therapeutic community model, about what you all are doing here at San Pa. And you know, it's been so wonderful to meet all of these folks. I know Letizia Moratti couldn't be here, but it's been wonderful to meet her son, Gabriele Moratti, and to understand their generosity and all that they're doing. And so we're very grateful to be here again. So I also mentioned that we do have a couple books out on this topic, including with Dr. Cast. We wrote a book on the opiate epidemic and the therapeutic community model, sort of summarizing some of what we're talking about here, and it has a chapter on San Pa, which is the last chapter of the book. And the special thing about this book is it's available to all college and medical students around the United States, and so that they can learn the same things that we're learning here today. All right, so why are we here? We're here because we are in a lot of trouble in the United States with severe substance use disorders. And the numbers, every time I say them, I can hardly believe them because they're so staggering. In the last year, we had about 100,000 overdose deaths. And the overdose deaths have gone through what we call the 3 waves. So initially, doctors overprescribed pain medications that were opiates for pain, and this was in the 80s and 90s. For example, I broke my foot as a young man in the 90s, and I was given 180 Percocet tablets, which is a powerful pain medication, and I only used one, and I had 179 extra powerful opioids. The thought was that you couldn't go wrong giving people aggressive treatment for pain, but that resulted in a ton of opiates in our medicine cabinets in the United States, and a ton of opiates available for adolescents, for young adults to experiment with, and we ended up with the first wave of the opiate epidemic through prescribed medications. As we cut down on the prescribing of opioids, what happened next is that people had to turn to heroin, sort of the most classically known opioid. And then we had a second wave of people overdosing from using heroin. And then in a complicated, it's a little hard to describe even, but fentanyl, a synthetic powerful opioid, started to be shipped into the United States from Mexico, from China, the drug dealers were smart. They wanted to capitalize on this market of people hungry for opioids, and so they shipped in this cheap, powerful opioid. And so now this characterizes the third wave of the opiate epidemic, sometimes what we call the fentanyl opiate epidemic. And the scary thing about the fentanyl opiate epidemic is that there's fentanyl in opioids, in heroin, but there's basically fentanyl in everything that doesn't come from a pharmacy in the United States. So there's fentanyl in cocaine, fentanyl in methamphetamine, fentanyl in pills marked as Xanax or some of the benzodiazepines. And so in New York City, where I live, there's about 10 overdose deaths a day. About half are from people who know they're taking opioids, and the other half are from accidental exposure to opioids. People looking to avoid this toxic substance, but end up accidentally taking it and overdosing. So it's a real crisis, and one, despite all our efforts, that is not getting better. And you can see some of what I was just talking about here, where fentanyl has really led to the increase in opiate overdoses over the last year, and certainly COVID-19 has made it worse, which I'll talk about in just a second. But we're talking about severe substance use disorders overall, so it's worth it to note some of the substances that our people are using in addition to opioids. And so alcohol use really still dominates the substance use disorders in the United States, and adolescents especially are starting to use a lot of alcohol, to binge drink. We also are in the middle of what's called a youth vaping epidemic. And so basically alcohol and nicotine products are increasingly enticing. I see them around Europe in the cool shops you guys have in the vape shops, but flavored alcohol, flavored nicotine products. And so we're seeing a surge in use in our adolescents and young adults. But we're also seeing a lot of marijuana use. We're seeing a lot of opioids, methamphetamine, and down the line. I think one of the biggest recent trends is the dramatic increase in methamphetamine. This sort of started in California in the United States and has made its way over to New York City, where we're seeing folks now not only overdosing from opiates, but from methamphetamine. And methamphetamine is sort of like a very powerful cocaine almost, and really ruins lives. And sometimes methamphetamine is combined with fentanyl, resulting in a very deadly combination. COVID-19 made everything worse. I think one of the most notable statistics during COVID-19 is that women, and especially young women in the United States, are especially impacted. So for the first time, we're seeing more adolescent women present for addiction treatment than adolescent men, which is striking. Addiction historically has been a male-dominated problem. And now in the United States, we see more teenage females struggling with opiates than with men. And that's really striking and something we haven't seen before. What have I done? There we go. And then, of course, the cost of all of this is staggering. Substance use costs the United States a ton of money. You know, we probably put the money in the wrong direction to treat it. It costs us a lot in general in terms of lost work productivity, health care, crime, our penal system, and Dr. Roy will talk a little bit about this in a second. All right, so I'm going to just talk briefly about treatment. We're going to talk more about it in our first panel, but I think this quote sums up a little bit about what America thinks about treatment. Americans love drugs, but hate the people who use them, especially if they are poor and or not white. We send these people to jail. And so what are the treatment numbers? Basically, treatment in the United States happens in jail. We put people in jail for substance use. We'll talk about stigma in a second and its role in all of this. But even for low-level drug offenses, and this highlights some of the arrests for marijuana, you know, we're putting people in jail instead of giving them access to treatment. And in fact, very few people accept treatment. So of all these millions and millions of people struggling with substance use disorders in the United States, only about 1 in 10 receive treatment. And so the majority of the people really struggling are doing so without a lifeline, without care, and the results, of course, are devastating, as we were talking about earlier. I think this statistic is especially interesting. So of the 38 million people who did not get treatment for addiction, most people say that they didn't get treatment because they feel that they didn't need treatment, which is a little different than access, and it speaks to some of the challenges overall that we're facing today. And I think a lot of reason why people don't feel they need treatment is because our treatments are so bad, because there's stigma. You know, there's not sort of easy to access ways to get care in the United States, and they're often stigmatized. That combined with how tricky substance use disorders are, where they can result in denial and other things, is that we end up with most people not getting care. And so we'll think about this today, how we can do this better. Most care in addiction, for addiction in the United States happens in 12-step groups or self-help groups, and very few people get inpatient care or care from medical, and again, very few people get care overall. So that is what we are up against. I'm sorry for such a depressing introduction to the talk, but it sort of highlights the severity of this condition and why we all need to be here together to really make a difference. And so hopefully we'll be able to tackle this together. And now I'll turn it over to our next speaker. Thank you.
Excellent. Grazie.
Thank you for this excellent presentation from the United States. You've allowed us to see where everything started and what is the reaction. What reaction, in fact, has to really be put in place to change the situation, because what has been done has not really got off the ground. I should have read a biographical note of our speakers, but there's just not time, so I'd just like to invite you to read the rather extensive biography that we have of the various speakers, if you can look on the internet. Now I'd like to talk about, call upon Sabrina Molinaro, who's the head of Epidemiology and Health Services Research at the CNR, which is the National Research Council. She's part of the Institute of Clinical Physiology. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to give you the greetings of the head of the anti-drug policy chief, and I've come to speak on his behalf. Today I'm going to talk about the Italian situation. Just one thing, compared to the people that spoke before, especially the Sileri, the Undersecretary, and the Councillor Bezzini. In fact, one good piece of good news, the Congress in Genoa didn't stop in Genoa. We started a participative development and policy of the anti-drug section to work together. And in fact, we've started this survey, something which hadn't really got off the ground for years, and we hope to end the survey by the end of September, and almost 300 experts have participated. Many people from San Patrignano participated, and in fact, we can bear witness to the fact that it really has been very difficult to put together all the views of the various players, people in research, experts in the field, people from San Patrignano, people from law and order, people from the ministries, but everybody has come together to, if you like, sit around the table, and here virtual meetings have been really, really useful. If there's something positive which came out of the COVID pandemic, was that we have got used to speaking online and to have Zoom meetings. It's something normal for us now, and that has helped us to speed up the work. So 300 people, as I say, came together, and we had about 30 days of meeting, exchanging opinions and information and so on. And as I said, at the end of September, we hope that we'll be able to put this document together. It won't be perfect. We wanted a few more months, but I think it'll be a good basis to work in the future. Now, let me go to talking about the Italian situation in terms of addiction. Now, the data, in fact, are part of the report that we gave to Parliament on addiction. As you know, my research group within the National Research Council, in fact, helps the Cabinet and the government in terms of drug addiction. I brought you many slides, but I'm just going to show you a few. And please, could you, in fact, disseminate this, because there's a whole pack of information which really is important and I don't think is sufficiently evaluated in terms of policy making. So it's really important to take into account all this. Okay, they're cold data, but it allows us to read the situation in Italy. What happened in Italy with regard to the market? First of all, there has been a fall in operations. That means that, in fact, the fewer things that the law and order group has had to do to stop the amount of combating drugs. In fact, the number of seizures that have been made, in fact, have always been larger in quantity, and this was what we saw. But since COVID, in fact, we've seen an increase in the number of seizures, especially in cocaine. So there has been a large increase, therefore, on the basis of the amounts seized of cocaine. There's a lot of cannabis, but we're really struck by the amount of cocaine that has been seized, which shows the increase in the amount coming in. With regard to the market, in terms of the retail market, as it were, of these substances, the prices haven't changed that much. We've seen that everything has grown. We go to the supermarket and we realize that there's inflation ongoing, and we see how things are increasingly higher in price after COVID. But this sort of market, in fact, has remained pretty stable, with the exception of cocaine, which has had a slight price increase, especially at the retail street level. What is the message here? The amount of active principles have changed of these substances. That's important. They're much more powerful, much more fortified. This especially with regard to cannabis. We've seen these fortified subjects. But the chemical substances, the whole world of methamphetamine, amphetamines, MPS, and so on, there has been a change in the various products on the market. And we've seen an increase in the MPSs, the synthetic substances detected in Italy. And we've seen that this year we have seen 62 new NPSs, of which 8 have never been seen before in Europe. So you can see that these substances are in fact being sold in all countries, including ours. Now, I'm not going to go into the reports or the referrals made of people who are drug users and so on. This has been much less in the last couple of days because there's been less mobility. And in fact, we have seen that the arrest for somebody being in possession of opiates the number has fallen, but we've seen a larger number of people arrested for being in possession of cocaine. Now, here I'd like to briefly show you, I'll stop here, these are the reports or people who have been reported for being in possession of substances, in other words, for drug dealing. And you can see the sorts of substances they are, if you like, reported or arrested for. So you can see that there has been a rise and there is an expansion of the market. Now let's have a look at the dissemination and the consumption of drugs among young people and what are the trends. You know that from 1995 we've conducted studies as the Council of Research Council, and we have looked at the 19-year-old group and how drug use is increasing or not. And the substance which is most widely used, of course, is cannabis. That is the illegal substance that most attention has to be given in terms of prevention among these youngsters. The situation with regard to the use of psychoactive drugs, which are not given by prescription, and that's very important. And in fact, girls take more than boys. And here I'm talking about misuse, of course, outside any treatment regimen. Now, here you can see a sort of classification of the other substances, MPSs, that whole world of synthetic cannabis, cannabinoids, and so on. Synthetic substances has reached a large amount of a percentage of students, 5%. But luckily, the other ones, opioids and so on, are used and have reached a fairly small percentage. But we're talking about, if you like, also experimental use. But if you look up there, you can see the consumption over the last year, consumption over the last 30 days, consumption over a longer people, and a frequent consumption more than 20 times during a month. And you can see the differences in the young people and the percentages of types of use which are used on the part of young people. I can't go into the details here of this rather busy slide, but it's important to look at it because it gives you an idea of how widespread this phenomenon of substance use is. Within our study, there is a scale that we have developed to see who has a risk use in their use of cannabis or consumption or use which has already led the young people to have patterns which we could call risk patterns for substance use. And you can see that the number of people has increased that have these risk patterns. And there are some kids who are at risk, given their use of cannabis, only if they use it every now and again. So they seem to be particularly susceptible. Now, I won't go into the other substances, but you can get a glimpse here and say the consumption of cocaine, in fact, has started to grow again in this age bracket after a slowdown, the sort of high school kids. And what was shown in our studies is the patterns of use, because today we see a constant increase of those who are called polyusers. In other words, kids that don't just consume one illegal substance, but several. And if we then add the poly users and they add alcohol, well, the amount of kids doing that increases, or the number of kids doing that increases enormously. Now, cannabis with cocaine or cannabis with amphetamines, this is the mix that is very often seen. And in the study that was carried out by Mario Negri, it shows that here, where there's an increase in our country of the amount of cocaine that has been detected as being used throughout Italy. I won't talk about alcohol use, even if it would really be interesting to see this in this age bracket. But rather, I'd like to go to treatment. Here, too, we are fairly fortunate because, in fact, this problem is taken into account, and there's a strong service network within the public, and also there are private structures and facilities, and private and public are well integrated. So the type of treatment supply and offering is quite wide. It's true that we don't have sufficient resources, and therefore this sort of offering really must be held on to and supported, because there's a risk of it imploding. But we have these services which are all important. We have 1,000 day centers, as you can see on the slide. So we have a very widespread network of help. Now, in the last year, we've seen a reduction in the number of people who have asked for care, have come forward or presented for care, especially during COVID. So we see that the older people come to the public service, and however the private service seems to be able to link in with younger people with slightly different characteristics to those who are accepted and present to the public service. Now, let me just talk about those who are incarcerated who are drug addicts. 30% of our population have a diagnosis of dependence, and a large number, you can see, have these problems. So if we were able to really come to terms and get hold of this problem, we'd also be able to solve other issues in terms of population, incarcerated population. All the regions, in fact, are involved, and all the regions have healthcare facilities. Probably here we need a new training because not always are the staff updated with regard to the phenomenon and the changes that we're seeing in drug addiction. Now, let's look at the enormous amount of harm and the type of harm which is caused by abusive substances. We don't have such solid evidence with regard to the harm caused. We just see this in terms of the official administrative data. For example, when somebody is released from hospital, discharged from hospital, or overdose, mortality, and so on, which doesn't give us a real good picture. We need more solid data to allow us to really describe the phenomena And here we can see the people who come to the services, who present at hospitals for the problem. And with regard to drug-correlated or related recoveries, we've seen stable number of presentations. In 2020, there is a slight fall, but here there's a delay probably in reporting of data, because after that, the figure has gone back to the stable amount as before. And we see that opioid consumption is very much the case. So this is what people who present or are admitted to hospital admit to taking, opioids. Now, mortality, this is just the tip of the iceberg, because what the anti-drug people are telling us, and here, of course, this involves the judiciary authorities. We know that there are many overdose deaths which are not reported as such. So you see, we have 364 which have been reported to the judiciary, and we see that, in fact, there has been a reduction recently, but this is probably due to to the pandemic. I have tried to sum up all the various data and to show the changes over it that we've seen over Italy. And the upshot of all this is that we still have a long way to go. We have a great deal of work to do in Italy. So I'd like to thank you and I'm sorry if I gave you an avalanche of data, but I hope that you've got the general message, because I think, in fact, it's all important to understand the situation. Thank you very much. Certainly, these data are all important because they do help us to interpret what the situation is on the ground and therefore what to do about it. Now, this presentation, all of the slides and the report will be available, of course, on our website. So if you want to look into it more, please go to our website. Now we're going to have a round table when we take into account the data we've just heard to look at how we can develop treatment regimens and what the difference is between the US and Italy in this area. So I'd like to call upon Dr. Lippi-Roy, who is a New York University addiction medicine doctor and NBC News reporter and the MSNBC medical contributor. She is training, she holds conferences, she works in the field, and she was at Righter Island, where she looked into the treatment of people. Thank you. Please sit wherever you like. And also I call upon Christopher Cast, who is Director of Addiction Psychiatry at Vanderbilt, and where he is looks into the supervision of research grant holders. And then we have Antonio Boschini, who is the Director of the Therapeutic Program of San Patrignano. As I say, you can read the biography, I beg your pardon, of these people on our website. And also Camillo Smacchia, I'd like to call upon, who is Director of the Verona Addiction Treatment Service. So we have three speakers in the last half hour have talked about the importance of training, and Dr. Cast, in fact, looks into this. And we have public services represented by Dr. Smacchia. And to coordinate the link, I'd like to call Jonathan Every to moderate this roundtable. I didn't present him, but he's Director of Addiction Psychiatry at the New York Cornell University. He is the Director of the Specialization or Specialty Program in Psychiatry. So here, of course, we're talking about training of these specialists. Camilo?
Thinking about how to address severe substance use disorders, what we're doing in the United States, what they're doing in Italy, what we have in common and differences, and I told everyone to behave, so we'll talk about it nicely and we'll hopefully figure this out together. We're going to start with a couple of presentations, and to start, Dr. Roy will take the stage and talk a little bit about severe substance use disorders in the United States. Dr. Roy.
Thank you. Oh, this one?
It's okay.
Okay. Buongiorno. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. Grazie per la vostra ospitalità. Italia è bellissima. Oh, and il cibo è buonissimo. Okay. Sorry. Now I have to go to English. Sorry. Are the slides going to go up? Do I have to? Do you know? Oh, sure. Okay. Slides. Thank you very much. While they're putting up the slides, I just want to say thank you very much. I had the opportunity to meet many members of the San Patrignano family, including Mr. Daniele and Gabrielle last night on dinner. I will have the opportunity to do a tour. I'm very, very excited about all the things that you've already done, the community that you've created, a community that's based on support, compassion, and love. So I'm very, very impressed by all of that. As Dr. Avery and Monica, I'm so grateful to Monica and her entire team of extraordinary people here for telling us about the program. As Dr. Avery might have told you, right now I'm an internal medicine doctor and trained in addiction medicine. I also oversaw addiction medicine in New York City jails, including Rikers Island. So unfortunately, there's a lot of overlap in things that you've already seen in terms of pain and trauma. There's no slides. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be a very fun adventure because I've just informed that there are no slides. So okay, that's all right. That's okay. That I can do this. I can totally wing this. So I actually want to start with my journey first, my pandemic journey. So during COVID-19, like many of you, it was a very difficult journey, ups and downs. I started with, I did 3 clinical jobs. I was the medical director of COVID isolation and quarantine sites for Housing Works, which is a New York-based nonprofit dedicated to fighting HIV/AIDS and homelessness. I also worked at vaccination sites, administering COVID vaccines, and once a week I worked at a harm reduction clinic treating patients with opioid addiction. In addition to that, I also was a medical contributor for MSNBC and NBC News. And I did virtual speaking and consulting. So you can only imagine that after a year of doing that, I was completely burned out. So at the end, I'll talk to you a little bit about self-care. But I also just want to talk about just the journey of patients and people with substance use disorders and how it's a chronic illness or condition of the brain, relapsing and remitting. It is not a sign of moral weakness or failure. But the good news is that treatment is available. We know from science and data that people with substance use disorders, particularly opioid use disorder, opiate addiction, can be treated both with medications such as methadone or buprenorphine, Suboxone, as well as therapy, individual and counseling. And we know that most people with addiction, once connected to the appropriate treatment and recovery services, get better. Unfortunately, certainly in the United States, where we saw, and as Dr. Avery pointed out, there's been a tremendous just lack of available resources and treatment for most people who struggle and experience with substance use disorders. Dr. Avery talked about how the rates have been rising, and unfortunately during COVID-19 pandemic, rates continue to rise. And in fact, there were over 107,000 drug overdose deaths, mostly driven by opioids. I believe that is completely unacceptable, because we know that addiction, substance use disorders, can be treated and it can be prevented. A major barrier, however, to treatment is stigma, which is truly harm. And we know that small changes, like changes in vocabulary, for instance, can really help people get the care that they need and deserve. Certainly in English, we use words like addict, drug abuser. We call them junkie, lush. I'm sure maybe in Italian you have very similar words that are very derogatory. They're harmful, right? Think about it. If you have a relative with leukemia, you wouldn't call them, oh, they need to just get stronger, they need to be tougher. If they have cancer or diabetes or heart failure, like my father has, we don't make them feel guilty and bad and embarrassed. And yet, as a global community, we still do that for patients with substance use disorders, even though we know that it is adversely affecting your brain, and the human brain is the most complex machine known to humankind. Right? The human brain controls emotions and behavior. And then when you're somebody addicted to a drug, that drug impairs the parts of your brain that control decision-making and emotions. So I've been very, very fortunate to be able to learn about addiction, how it works, how it impacts people, and what me as a doctor and as the medical community, what we need to do better to help people that are desperately in need for evidence-based treatment and care. Everything that I'm saying right now has been from on-the-job learning and training. I did not learn this during medical school or residency. We learned very little about pain management. And again, Dr. Avery talked about pain and the OxyContin and medications that Purdue Pharma in the United States, they exploited the gaps in knowledge that many doctors have. They exploited that, and and partly that's why drug overdose went up. But we have the tools, we just need to apply them and make sure we take care of people who need and deserve evidence-based treatment, including care. And clearly, what you have done here in San Patrignano, the community, you have made a critical step in terms of reaching out to people who the rest of society stigmatize and embarrass and shame. You have created a community of love, of practical work and effort, so that people feel valued. They don't feel embarrassed and ostracized. You have made them part of the greater community. And a common saying in the addiction world is that the opposite of addiction isn't sobriety, it's connection. And I think a major reason why during the COVID pandemic, why overdoses went up is because a public health response was to isolate, to lock down, and that disrupted connections with family, with loved ones, with jobs, with therapy, and frankly with treatment as well. And so I'm not surprised that overdoses and drug use, relapse, return to use all went up. But I come here to really express hope, That's why I give these talks. I am very, very optimistic that things will get better as we educate and train and share and exchange knowledge. I am very hopeful that things will get better. And again, this is very short. I look forward to our conversation, but please also follow me. I'm very active on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, and I have a YouTube channel, Dr. Lippy Roy, Health, Humor, and Harmony. I talk about all these medical topics because I feel very fortunate to have the training and experience that I have, and I want to share it with as many people as possible. So thank you, grazie.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. I think you highlight some of the struggles that exist in the United States in terms of lack of education and stigma, and certainly how we've adopted the disease model of addiction, which informs a lot of our treatments. And now Dr. Kast is going to shed a little more light on some of the different treatments that we do in the United States.
Yeah. So thank you, John, for inviting me. And I think to piggyback on what everyone else has been talking about, I was asked to outline kind of what the system of care for addiction looks like in the United States. You've seen at least one slide that talked about what the system of care in Italy looks like, which benefits from this nationalized healthcare system that you have, different from what we have in America. Dr. Avery highlighted a treatment gap, and so the fact that most people who are experiencing substance use disorders in the United States are not seeking care. That doesn't mean they don't show up in doctor's offices. Comorbidity is the rule rather than the exception for this group of patients. Whether that's medical comorbidity, you saw the data for HIV, hepatitis C, but also psychiatric comorbidity. We're addiction psychiatrists for a reason, specialists in the mental health as well as the substance use disorders, and we know that half of individuals who are struggling with addiction also have co-occurring mental health diagnoses that need treatment as well. If you layer onto that the social determinants of health, the loss of relationships, loss of housing, loss of educational and career trajectory, where people accumulate this burden of not having the resources to then engage in care, people are often unable to actually get themselves into the good treatments that we were hearing about. And so with that, we have an opportunity to engage folks who are coming into the hospital, who are coming into clinics looking for other care. And one of the specific interventions that we have in the United States that's been growing is creating addiction consult services in general hospitals. Oh, I have my slides. I didn't realize. So this is just highlighting that treatment gap that John already talked to you about. This is talking about the comorbidity of mental illness. This is talking about the fact that comorbidity, having more than one diagnosis, worsens your outcomes both in the mental health side as well as on the addiction side. And that our system of care currently tends to divide these things up. You got to go to your HIV doctor, then you got to go to your addiction doctor, then you got to go to your psychiatrist for your mental health. And whenever you're somebody who doesn't have housing, doesn't have the resources, the transportation to get to all those places, things can just fall apart. And so this is the challenge we're facing, in addition to those social determinants of health that are building up for our patients. And that need is imperfectly met by how we currently decide how to get patients into the different levels of care in the United States. So when thinking about what place is the right place for somebody to go to get their treatment in the United States, we have criteria where we think about how likely is this person to go into withdrawal right now? How likely is this person to need more intensive services for their medical care, for their psychiatric care? How motivated are they right now? Do they really want treatment, or are they ambivalent? What's their risk of relapse? And also, what is their current recovery environment? And this helps us then decide where do they need to be on this spectrum. Are they going to outpatient treatment, where they're going to meet with an individual therapist maybe once a week, maybe get some medication, go to 12-step meetings in the meantime between visits? Or on the more intensive side, are they going to come into a residential program where in the United States, most of that is a 30-day admission, very short compared to the length of stay in San Pa. And often that's an attempt to get the person out of that environment to bolster those social determinants of health that are putting them at risk, but often then is discharging right back into that environment, not always with all of the social supports that they may need and the social work and case management interventions. And so we have this spectrum, we have this idea that we know there are multiple layers of problems that we need to create interventions for, but the treatment gap tells us that most people are not saying, hey, I need help, and coming into the office asking for it. And so, in addition to that, we know that we're in an opioid crisis and that the overdose deaths are rising. You've heard the number, over 100,000 deaths in the past year a few times now. What we also know is which interventions actually save a person's life in the immediate term. And so for these folks who are just coming into the hospital because they have a skin infection, because they've been injecting, or the person who's coming into the hospital with endocarditis, a more severe infection, or the person going to their primary care doctor for pain, and it turns out the primary care doctor identifies this person actually has an opioid use disorder, I'm going to offer you a different kind of treatment. What is going to actually save that person's life whenever they have that encounter? And what we know from looking at big sources of data, usually looking at the insurance coverage plans, looking at all of the people who have a particular kind of insurance, commercial or our Medicare programs, and look at what happens to their outcomes over 30, 90 days after entering treatment, and what treatments actually reduce the risk of having an overdose. And the consistent finding is that it's the medication that really reduces that overdose risk. And so that's why there's been such a focus in the United States in combating the opioid overdose epidemic and trying to get patients into medication management with buprenorphine, with methadone, to try to bend that curve to reduce the likelihood that people are going to experience an overdose after they see a physician. Now, the other lines that you see up here is things like residential treatment, intensive outpatient treatment, behavioral health, as well as some pharmacotherapies like naltrexone, the antagonist treatment, that do not seem to offer that protection in the same way. And so this is the data that's underlying why there's such a focus on the medication intervention, even though we know medication doesn't solve everything else going on for our patients. And we really need to build out a system that's going to attack all of those things. Now, one opportunity to try to get the people who are presenting to the hospital with other kinds of problems, but we identify an opioid use disorder, what can we do for them? We can create services where we have experts in addiction who are going to assess, prescribe treatment, and get them connected to care immediately leaving the hospital. And that's what an addiction consult service, which are being developed in a lot of academic medical centers in the United States, are doing. They're trying to get specialists in the room with people coming into the hospital for other problems so that you can then connect them to care, get them on the medicine that's going to immediately protect them from overdose when they leave. We know that that increases not only the likelihood that they won't experience an overdose, it also increases the patient's engagement in 12-step groups and going to peer recovery meetings. It also increases their retention and treatment. So they're going to start also doing group therapy. They're also going to be doing individual therapy. They're showing up, and they're better able to start working on all the other problems that are going on too. In addition to that, you don't just want to write a prescription and send them out the door. They need somewhere to land. And the creation of low barrier clinics, meaning that it is easy for a person who is unhoused, doesn't have transportation, has all of these barriers to getting into treatment, there's a place they can go and they can get their medication prescribed and it can be continued when they're leaving the hospital. And that's what our bridge clinic models are trying to do. This is also something that's growing across the country. The idea is get a clinic that's open at least once a week, if not all days of the week. Make it drop in or walk in so that person leaving the hospital or the emergency room can go right there. They can meet their treatment team. They can start continuing their medicine, but also getting treatment for their co-occurring psychiatric disorders, get treatment for their hepatitis C, HIV, meet with case managers as well as social workers to start working on addressing the barriers to their social determinants of health, and really starting to build a team around them and trying to stabilize them in this outpatient level of care. And so these two models are where a lot of focus has been in the United States. simply because we are really trying to address the opioid epidemic and the overdose crisis and try to use the first intervention that we know is going to help get a person in the door, and then from there start building out the rest of the treatment that we know is so important. And what I can tell you from the experience here, just getting them into the Bridge Clinic doesn't do all the work. And we often identify patients for whom getting them out of their current environment, getting them into a place, something like San Pat, where they're no longer around people who are struggling with active use, they are actually able to build some vocational skills and return to work. Those are major needs for these people who we are just starting to save their life, and now we have to build the rest of the stuff around it, and that is still an open opportunity for us too. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Cast. So between Dr. Cast, you heard about the major pushes in the United States. We're really focused, all our money in addiction is going to education, and then it's going into getting people, especially with opioid use disorder, into easy to access treatment where they can be on medications. And so we've even de-emphasized long-term inpatient treatment. It's reserved for a select few. Often when they go there, it's only for 30 days. And so that's our push, medications, getting them into doctors as soon as they can. So let's hear about what you guys are doing over here in Italy, and Antonio Boschini will fill this in.
Buongiorno.
Hello, does this work? I've been waiting for days for this opportunity. It's come and we're here, and now we can really compare notes on a theme which we all hold very dearly with the same amount of intensity. I was able to talk with our guest yesterday evening, and I felt the same passion that I have felt in this place since it got off the ground in 1980. Now, I don't want to repeat what has been said. We don't have much time, so let me go right away to the presentation. Now, we're talking about the last stage, severe substance use disorder, which we call addiction in Italian. But let's say that's the end part of a long path, if you like. And fortunately, lots of people get out of this before they actually get to the addiction phase. So there's addiction phase when they experiment drugs, and we talk about 20,000 people. The first contact with substance always takes place during adolescence. And then we have subsequent levels or stages when it's increasingly difficult to go back. And then you have dependence addiction, which becomes a compulsive behavior, which is beyond the ability of the person to control. The person with dependence is completely, he does things against his family, against himself, against his economic situation, which are inexplicable, and it's very difficult to explain this. And therefore, the research that has been carried out in the last decade in neurobiology has developed a model of understanding of addiction, which is biomedical, and that is the brain disease model of addiction. Now, this brain disease model has led to a series of interventions which aim to, as well as this medical interpretation. First of all, we had the HIV epidemic, then we had hepatitis, and then we had an overdose epidemic that we are seeing in the last decade, especially in the US. And this has led to the development of public health interventions, which are quite rightly destined to reduce these complications of dependence and of addiction. But clearly, those of you who, like me, have worked in this environment and have done so for many years, have always rather been in conflict with himself, because we see things from a biological and medical point of view, because that's our training, but we find it difficult to explain this phenomenon from a medical point of view. But then, paradoxically, if you like, I have found myself before a completely irrational treatment treatment from a scientific point of view, which, however, has led to results. And this, in fact, has been a success in so many people for so many years. So we have to try and understand something which, in my view, is fairly evident, that despite this biomedical interpretation of addiction, this model has not really led to effective medication treatment. In other words, there's medication which acts on the modifications that drugs cause in the brain and allow the brain, or mean that the person is dependent upon the drug. We have data, in fact, for the 1970s of methadone, which shows that methadone, for example, is very effective. But if we look at reduction or harm reduction, but I really can't consider that as a treatment of addiction. The treatment of addiction, for me, is to try and get that person no longer to be addicted to any substance. So this community, just like other communities in Italy and the world, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank, in fact, many other representatives of communities here today. This is what we in the communities have tried to do, have non-pharmacological, non-medication treatments. We've made many mistakes because this sort of intervention, just based on passion, love, and resolve, and here I refer to the community I represent, this has, in fact, perhaps prevented us from seeing the pathological problems that the patients have suffered from. And this is a mistake we've paid over the years. And another mistake we and other communities have made is not to have scientifically described what we were doing and what happened, because we can't just say this happens. You have to prove it with data. So the communities have, in fact, fallen behind in this sense. But all of us, in fact, have developed a non-medication formula. I don't want to talk about a San Patrignano formula, but let's say a non-medication treatment formula. And another thing that I'd like to mention, and this regards our statistics, I've considered people who came to San Patrignano who previously had undergone agonist medication, methadone, gumametin, for example. And in our population, we saw that despite the use of these agonist drugs or medication, there was, in fact, a high use of syringes, heroines, or in some cases, there was the increased use of cocaine. And this is obviously not a representative population which it takes place in the nation, because if you come to a community, in fact, what is being done outside is evidently not sufficient. So taking this as hard data representative of the national situation is not the same. As I say, medication has been shown to increase the use of drugs. So in this, I wanted to translate here what is the essence of what should be an effective intervention against addiction. There are several factors which go towards addiction, and all these factors have to be taken into account and treated. Obviously, the drugs are important because every drug has its own specific effect. Every drug cures or treats a problem that the person has, or the person is deluded into thinking that the particular drug treats his problem. And not all drugs have cause addiction in the same way. But what is important is the individual vulnerability of the person, and vulnerabilities which are previous to the use of drugs, and only some of the people, in fact, who experiment drug tend to continue their use of drugs to the point of these drugs and these substances becoming a disorder. And this is all important. There might be biological aspects, there might be a genetic component with regard to this fragility, but they haven't been described sufficiently. The age of first contact is all important because it has been proved that our brains are modified by drugs, and this is all the more so the earlier the drug starts and when the person is adolescent. And also, what is important is the possibility that the basis of pathology, I won't talk about a disease, but there is a psychiatric suffering. So the person that has that sort of problem, in fact, finds benefit from the use of a particular drug. So, and also what's very important is the history of that person, because in many cases, if you look carefully, and this is one of the things that the community does, to look deeply into the person. People who become addicted to drugs, compared to those who use them but don't become addicts, are people who, in fact, have trauma in their lives beforehand. And this is all important. This has to be considered in the treatment regimen which is started. In many cases, people use drugs so they don't have any alternatives. There are social contexts in which you can't practice sport, you can't go to school, you don't live in among natural vegetation. People live in deprivation. So drugs become the best choice in their particular situation compared to all the other possibilities which aren't there. And this is the point that must be considered within the context of treatment. For example, the community has to be a long-term option. I don't think it's possible to have recoveries, rehabilitation of 1 to 3 months of rehab. I don't think that's effective. It can't be. Time is all important because, in fact, drugs cause a change in the brain, which is not irreversible. It is reversible, but reversibility takes time. And all the studies carried out in terms of recovery shows that the longer the time of treatment, the higher the success or the likelihood of success. But in fact, you just have to get your head around the fact that, in fact, you don't stay in the community just for your brain to settle down and go back to where it was. You have to give the person who's in that community during this community process to train, to have vocational training or to complete their study program, to give them things that are both gratifying, but also once he or she leaves the community, he has the opportunity to get back into a job and be part of society, because work is not important just for economic earning point of view, but if you don't feel part and useful in your society, the likelihood of relapse is very high. And then there's the mechanism of the brain which contribute to all these different possibilities. And certainly drugs accentuate all the stress and suffering which was there before, and certainly makes it very difficult, I won't say chronic, but very difficult for that person to get out of that cycle. I look around me and I see hundreds of kids from San Patrignano, and I think that every one of these people, what they've been through is like being through a war. It's a very tough struggle. During their recovery, people very often experience pain, anguish, anxiety, but this is part of life, and people mustn't get used to get round or to flee from pain. They have to learn to live with it and to face pain and to experiment the possibility that they can get over their pain and they can win their pain. Of course, I'm referring to psychological suffering and pain. Now, this to show you how different the drugs are in their ability to create addiction. And here I wanted to look at the percentage of addiction or dependency or a disorder of each substance. People who have used heroin at least once or opioids, in 61% in our statistics, and it's fairly wide, our statistics, they come dependence. For cocaine, it's a bit less. It's about 40%. For alcohol, it's lower. For cannabis, it's even lower. So, in fact, very important is the type of drug that the person is actually using. Now, to look at go back to what I was saying before, how important childhood traumas are. In fact, we don't sit down to the person who comes into the community and ask him to tell us the story of his life. That's too invasive. A person who comes in fact, doesn't know whom he's got in front of him, but spontaneously, over time, over the treatment, people remember things that happened to them, or they feel the strength and want to talk about things that they have never forgotten. And here I have sexual abuse here, but you can see that 30% of people with addiction have a sexual abuse during childhood, not during the period when they were addicts. For males, it's about a little bit less, but I don't think that boys have the courage to say these things and talk about these trauma. Also, another trauma is having lived in a family in which one of the parents had a substance dependence, or in which the family had psychiatric problems, and 35%, in fact, 35% who had separated families, and that also has a role. So this is my conclusive slide. What our approach is to go to the biological, psychological, and social roots of the problem. Biological, training. In a community, there mustn't be drugs, because if you serve drugs or medication in a community, you're not doing you're not going to make any headway, because if you leave your house and you can take can receive medication, you will never get out of addiction. There's no stimulus for medication or drugs. You can, in fact, make a diagnosis in the community. You can diagnose, because the person is off drugs, the previous trauma of which the person, in fact, had. And here I blame myself, because we have to have greater expertise in being able to diagnose these problems. And some of the dropouts we have, I believe, are due to the traumas that we didn't identify correctly. We have to have this learning curve on the part of the person. The person has to learn to feel gratified for normal everyday habits, and that takes time. And over and above drugs, people find it difficult to in fact, shed themselves of the personality of being a drug addict. The problem is to go without that style of life that you have sewn and you have put on as a cloak. And it's very difficult to get away from that identity, because you've got used to it. And then it's all important that within the non-medicated assistant treatment, people have to have various opportunities to find gratification, vocational training, completing studies, and so on, that they had stopped when they became addicted to a substance. And with that, I have concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boschini. And rounding out our Italian perspective, we'll now have Camillo Smacchia talk about his perspective on addressing severe substance use disorders.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. I have to reset what Boschini said, otherwise I'll be rather confused. Summing up, years of experience with drugs, with young kids, with the problem of substance abuse and disorder is not very easy. Now, as expression of public health, and I am here representing the state, if you like, the public health system, very often we were antagonists to the communities. But to go back to what were we doing with Monica yesterday evening, to continue that good conversation we had, the Italian system is unique in the world. We have a very widespread network of assistance for drug abuse and for substance disorder that is unique in the world. And this, I think, is the bridge between you and us. We are, if you like, the national health system. Okay, it would be very reductive if we were just to look at substance disorders and so on. Certainly, the community carries out a very important role, and we depend also and look to them, but they must look to us. And also, it's thanks to the National Health Service that we can, in fact, spread this network so widely. So to give a snapshot of what is happening at an institutional level here in Italy in terms of substance disorder. I've got a couple of slides. They're very simple. I've just taken a snapshot of what has happened in the last few years, starting from the year 2000 to today. And I have looked at the most important age brackets that people talk about: young people, under 25s, and also minors, and then the older people, over 50s. If we look in 2000, the phenomenon was a youth phenomenon. There was an epidemic which came to Italy in the 70s, 80s, and became a real epidemic, and as it was a youth epidemic. But look and see what's happening today in 2022, how our patients have increased. The total number is very high because also we have included the incarcerated people, but we see an increase, a great increase in young people. But is this negative or positive in the sense that the addiction services are now recognized as places where you can go find a partial or initial solution to your problem? And perhaps this can be continued better in the community. But people who have been taken in charge in 2022 who are over 50, which from 3 in 2000 have gone to 327. So what's happened? Obviously, have they all stayed as drug addicts from back then? Have they just continued? Well, no. Okay, you can say that drug addiction is a relapsing chronic disease, but you can also say that the services offered are now a much more social service and have become something much more recognized. And all people who have some sort of habit-forming disorder, who have economic problems, or who in the past have had difficulties with substances and our so-called service units are now areas and services which attract all these people. It's also multidisciplinary. There's a psychologist, there's the doctor, there's the trainer. So you could look at it from this point of view and think how Italy, how much it invest economically in these people who are 60, if they were to have a problem of disability or were to need a particular help from a facility, you know that in fact very often you have to contribute. But if somebody has a past of addiction or has to take a therapy to remain sober, in this particular service center or in a community, this sort of treatment, unlike treatment for other things, is completely free. So to help people and also, if you like, for welfareism, but also for social need, the services for substance disorder are really very free and very widespread. an idea of how the substances have changed. In the year 2000, people came and presented because they had heroin addiction. Now, this is no longer the case because heroin 2022 is present in 62% of cases. It's increased, but it's cocaine, cannabis, and synthetic substances. Now, I'm not going to look at tobacco and alcohol or gambling or gaming. I'm just looking at substance abuse. So currently 763 are people who take drugs and come to my service, and 66% were already in care, and others are people who have had relapses, and 22% are new people to come to the service. So this just shows you, again, what I've showed you before, but divided by age bracket. We see people who go from being pediatric to almost geriatric age brackets. So we have people who are just in new adolescence and those who are near 80. Now, in that 62% who had heroin problems, we treat with replacement therapy 60% with Suboxone and Methadone, and the data are the same for all the other services. What do the other 40% do in terms of treatment? Psychopedagogic treatments, or they go to our community where they take no treatment, no replacement treatment. Now, the last piece of information, which I think is information, is this, the monitoring of urine of people presenting. I think this is quite interesting because I think it might be hopeful, but only 37% are positive for substances. And this just confirms that the service is this social forepost, if you like, avant-post, which looks after people who perhaps are no longer addicts, but need to link in with treatment and trainers and people who give them support, because they don't find the support within society, so they come in, even if and 63% are urine drug negative, and of course certification that they don't have any substance in their urine allows them to get a driving license and so on. So our catchment basin is quite large, as you can see. And this gives you a spectrum of, in fact, what is happening in our public facility in terms of treatment of substance abuse. Thank you.
Before we ask a couple quick questions of our audience members, I think we found Dr. Roy's slides, or she'll highlight some of the slides that weren't shown.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we have time for a few quick questions. Quickly, all right. So we'll ask everyone to keep the response to 1 or 2 minutes briefly, and so we can be very quick about the answers, just to highlight some of what we talked about. So we heard the United States model, the focus on medications. We heard the thought of being mindful of people across the age spectrum, and from a psychosocial model from our Italian panelists. Dr. Roy, what are some of your thoughts hearing everyone's comments?
Yeah, actually, while you're kind enough to put up the slide, so I just want to, first of all, acknowledge, oh, sorry, you're going to see, okay. So this would have been my presentation. Incarceration in the United States. So just to clearly point out, the United States, sorry, yeah. So in contrast, this is New York, and Italy. You do a very, very good job. In the United States, we don't do a very good job. This is how we still treat people with addiction, unfortunately. But I also just, while I'm advancing these slides, I do acknowledge that the community model of therapies, well, sorry, addressing the psychosocial part of it, the social with community, really makes a difference. And, but I do firmly believe, and this is driven by data, that medications and this is driven by data, medications like methadone and buprenorphine truly can be very, very helpful. Again, I use the analogy with say, cancer. We don't treat cancer in the same, we give them medications, we give them chemotherapy. I understand that cancer is different from addiction because addiction is a disease of the brain. However, we know, data shows that medications, the people who have the best outcome for long-term recovery, oh, sorry, this is just to show you, unfortunately, what it's looking like in the United States. We have a big problem, and we're just not doing everything possible to address it. But I'm just trying to get to the slide where I talk about methadone and buprenorphine. But anyway, I do think that we just need to get more people access to both medications, therapies, behavioral, individual, and group therapies, as well as what we call in the United States, North America, social services, what you have done a tremendous job at in terms of, this is what I just really want to quickly talk about. At Rikers Island, methadone treatment, including methadone, buprenorphine, and then how these medications work on the brain. So again, it's not, that's methadone, and then I talk about Suboxone. So I might just keep it up while other people can answer.
Dr. Cass, what are some of your thoughts on incorporating the psychosocial model to medications, to what we can bring from this model and what our Italian guests were talking about to the United States?
Yeah, I think what seeing the panel discuss different approaches to substance use disorders highlights for me is that when you think about the whole group of individuals who are struggling with this, it is as diverse as the human community. And different slices of that population need different treatments at different moments in time. And increasing the diversity and the range of what we are able to offer and how we're able to meet those needs at particular times is the most important thing. I think that there are roles for medications, there are roles for creating a community where somebody who doesn't have that in their life can go and stay for a long enough time to actually get the benefit and the learning that they need over that time. And so I think that spectrum is important. We need access so that people can freely transition across these different levels of care so that they can get their needs met at the time that they need them, and transition between these different levels of care so that they are capitalizing on those initial gains and building a life that's meaningful for them in the future. I think one of the things in the United States that we're really missing is that beyond 30-day, beyond 90-day treatment, because we know those first 3 months are the hardest for somebody in early recovery to really sustain the momentum that they've built, and having all of your supports kind of come away as you get into that really high-risk time is hard. And so that's my initial thought.
Thank you. Dr. Boschini, what are your thoughts in particular for those that can't, with severe substance use disorders, who can't come to San Pa? It's obviously a limited resource. Is there a role for buprenorphine, methadone, medications, and other folks struggling with severe substance use?
No.
I think it's not right to make a comparison between things. Yes, 100,000 people die of overdose. In fact, they're young people, they're people very often that have just started. So if there's no recovery, a person will die. So the first thing is to save lives. So I have no doubt with regard to the harm reduction, which aims to protect their lives and keep people alive and protect their health. But what I wanted to say, and what I'd say is, and unfortunately, this has been set aside scientifically as well, also at a university study level. What we need to have is that students that study medicine and addiction, there should be schools which just look into addiction. And these university study centers should present the problem in all its aspects. Because if you come out of university and you've just talked about brain reward, the biological damage, and so on, and you will explain things only from one point of view, but this is only part of the phenomenon. You can't think that the brain corresponds to the whole person. The two things, in fact, can't be put side by side or put on one side. Thing that it's like diabetes, for example. I mean, I have a cure for diabetes. I have an etiologic idea. I can make the cell maintain or keep glucose, but there's no real drug against drugs. There has to be a medical, biological treatment. Okay, there'll be interesting studies that we'll hear about treating the addiction. This is very far from what I think, because here we're going to hear talk about a physiological aspect. But I believe it. I believe that this could have an enormous possibility, because thanks to these new treatments, we can treat part of the problem. It's a much wider problem. It's larger than we are. And therefore, we have to have the collaboration of everybody, scientists, priests, biologists, former drug addicts, and so on. I think that this meeting, in fact, sets us along a good path to the future. I'm optimistic. I'm more optimistic than I was yesterday.
Do you share that optimism? What else would you recommend to helping address substance use disorders in adolescence and beyond?
Well, I mean, certainly I have to agree with what Antonio says, not because he's Antonio, but he says things which I think are truisms, which are very, very correct. With this model that Italy has of following up these people, public and private, there's no competition, public and private competition, but I think that this collaboration, in fact, has led to success. Prevention. Prevention is something which is becoming taboo, I think. Going to schools to tell kids that you mustn't take drugs, I think that's a lose-lose situation. We've done it. I've done it a lot. But I think that what you have to do is something which is promoting positive lifestyles. You talk about sport. Often people talk about, I don't know, religion. You could also say, why not? I mean, having a sort of humanitarian development, voluntary work or whatever, politics. I mean, I think that this is should be the new frontier of prevention. Prevention, as we've done it thus far, or up until very recently, I think has only worked very, very partially. For example, the former drug addict, in fact, very often, in fact, didn't cast fear into the minds of young people, but almost became a sort of hero. That was the risk.
So we'll ask our members for 30-second final thoughts that we should take away. Dr. Roy.
At the end of the day, we have to tailor our treatment to the individual. I could have 10 people in front of me, 10 patients with a substance use disorder, but my treatment, my plan for each one will be different. It'll be tailored to that individual. And you know, in the harm reduction world, there's a common motto, which is meet people where they're at. And I believe that based on the data, the people who have the best outcomes really need a combination of if medications if they want it and they benefit from it, but also all types of therapies, whether it be counseling, behavioral therapy, but really get them prepared as best as possible for going back into the community. That's why I do think that collaborations and ongoing conversations like this are instrumental in getting care needed, because as a global society, we are not there yet. We do not do an adequate job in taking care of people with addiction. So I think that having more conversations like this where we can all learn from one another to be able to provide the best possible care, I think that's what we need to do.
Dr. Cass, final thoughts, 30 seconds.
I would agree. I think having conversations with passionate people, because there are a lot of folks who have been thinking about this problem and who have been coming at it from a lot of different angles, and we all have pieces of what each person needs, and trying to stitch that together for a population of people who often can't go and get all of these different treatments themselves, and figuring out how do we get the right person to the right place at the right time, and then help them navigate from there is going to be really important. And so capitalizing on our passion, collaborating, I agree.
Final thoughts.
Non ho più pensieri.
I have no other thoughts. No other thoughts. I just wanted to add that what Antonio said with regard to training and vocational training is all important. But training for doctors leaving university, that we understand something. And also, we doctors, I'm not talking of myself, I'm proud, especially of my colleagues. In fact, the doctors, in fact, shouldn't have the stigma either, because the first time that, I don't know, this person asks something and the addict, in fact, raises his voice, fingers pointed at me, saying, he's your patient, do something about it. So there's a stigma also attached to doctors who treat these people, and this is a stigma which should be removed.
A great panel, thank you.
Bene, ringrazio tutti, ringrazio soprattutto l'ultima parte di questo discorso perché...
So I would like to thank everybody, in particular the last part of this panel, because it helps me say that there's a change in the program. We are running somewhat late, so we are going to bring forward a panel that should have taken place towards the end of today's session. So now we will move on to the discussion about stigma and how society and addiction from substances interact with each other, how society interferes with the treatments, and how the treatments put in place can combat stigma, favor recovery paths, and improve the overall results, thus providing a positive input to society. So I would like to invite on stage Daniel Knöpfelmacher, who is going to be our moderator for this conversation. And with him, I'd also like to invite on stage Betsy McKay, who's the chief director of the Wall Street Journal USA, has been writing about public health in the US and globally, so with a lot of focus on health and social related aspects of addictions. With her, another journalist, Viviana D'Aloisio, who's editor-in-chief of Avvenire, an Italian daily. She's also been very active in the field of health and with a keen interest on addictions. And then we also have our the president of the Italian Federation of Therapeutic Communities, Luciano Squillaci.
Sorry, you can sit wherever you want.
The Italian Federation of Therapeutic Communities includes quite a few communities, and its president Squillaci will probably draw a picture of how these communities have an impact on society at large, and will also help us frame the issue. Daniel, our moderator, is Vice President of the Education Sector at the New York Presbyterian Cornell Medical School, Vice President of the Department of Psychiatry, and Director of the Specialization Program in General Psychiatrics of the New York Presbyterian, where he supervises education and tutoring of trainee doctors in psychiatry, in particular when it comes to addictions, of course.
It's an absolute honor to be here today at San Patrignano. I've just been so impressed by this community and inspired by what I've heard today. And this place is really an inspiration for the meaningful, long-lasting treatment that has been provided to so many here. I'm going to attempt a little bit of Italian and just say, vorrei sinceramente ringraziare Daniele Bodini e tutti i collaboratori della comunità San Patrignano per aver organizzato e ospitato questo meraviglioso convegno. So my sincerest gratitude to our hosts. So as Monica mentioned, my name is Daniel Knuffelmacher, and in addition to my role as the Vice Chair of Education at New York Weill Presbyterian, I'm also the Training Director of our Psychiatry Residency, and I myself do not specialize in addictions, but I'm a general psychiatrist, and it's my belief that all psychiatrists especially, but also all doctors, need to have specialization in addictions. And that's part of my belief as a training director. And in addition, just as an example, in my practice, where I see my patients, the majority of my patients suffer from substance use disorders. So it's no surprise that we make this a key area of focus for our residents. And today, there's been a lot of music to my ears because I've heard about training and education. I've heard about person-centered care. And then also, there's been talk of the brain, but also the biopsychosocial. And it's very important when we train our residents that they learn about the biopsychosocial model, and specifically when we're thinking about addictions, beyond the brain and the mind, we need to offer person-centered care. And at the center of person-centered care is what we're going this panel to be talking about today, which is stigma. Our trainees must learn about the profoundly damaging effects of stigma. And this is experienced by everyone struggling with substance use. It lies at the heart of the experience of addiction, and it's pervasive within our societies, within families, workplaces, friend groups, but most painfully, it's also present in the medical community. And Dr. Roy, I believe, mentioned that in one of her slides. And I personally became very aware of this because I had the fortune several years ago of collaborating with Dr. John Avery on a film. Myself, before I was in medicine, I worked in film and had a filmmaking background, and I was fortunate enough to help John make a movie. And he made this movie because he had done research showing that when medical students come out of medical school and they go into psychiatry, if you measure the amount of stigma that they have towards people who are suffering from substance abuse, it's lower than what stigma they have, the level of stigmatization at the point at which they graduate from training. So that means after 4 years of psychiatric training, they're looking at patients with substance use more negatively than when they started. And knowing that this was a problem and something he showed with his research, we set about to make a film to try to make a difference. And it was incredibly transformational for me because what we did was interview people who had recovered from addiction successfully and had been living without addiction for several years. And in this, they spoke about the stigma they faced when they came for treatment, being neglected, ignored, even repelled from treatment by providers. So it's with this in mind, as an educator, that I think about what all of our clinicians, all of those who are helping people struggling with substance use, that they need to learn about the hope that's out there, the hope that's embodied by a place like this. Because the idea that someone who's already struggling with something that, as Gabriele mentioned, is like a prison, to then have the added weight of antipathy from those around them due to stigma and the internalized shame from that, it's important that we who help them are aware of this. And fortunately, we have places like San Patrignano, we have successful treatments, which you've heard about in the US, and places where people are aware of the stigma and try to counteract that. And that's what we're going to be speaking about with this wonderful panel today. So I want to give the floor to the panel so that we can have a discussion. And I'm going to begin with Luciano Squilacci, who's the president of FICT, the Italian Federation of Therapeutic Communities, and we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Bene, grazie. Grazie.
Thank you very much to you all for this excellent opportunity to share ideas. It's definitely a time for mutual enrichment. I've heard very many things which are the priority right now, so I would like to thank San Patrignano for the opportunity they have created, because having this opportunity to exchange ideas, to share ideas and considerations regarding the various topics and issues is, in my opinion, a fundamental thing to do, regardless of the topic, but even more so when issues are as complex as addictions. I must apologize because of me, the program had to be turned upside down a little bit. So I'd like to self-denounce myself, saying it's my fault. I think that it's also my fault for you having to skip the coffee break. So full transparency. But unfortunately, it's due to issues with trains and transport. Anyway, very shortly, I think that, as rightly mentioned by our moderator in his introductory words, the topic of stigma is extremely interesting in the more global discussion we have to entertain on addictions. There are many very interesting aspects. Of course, I know the Italian situation particularly well, but I don't think it is much different from the situation in the rest of the world. And as far as Italy is concerned, as already mentioned in the previous panel, there is still a very strong stigma associated with having an addiction problem, in particular when it comes to substance addiction. We still go back to the idea of the junkies, in inverted commas, as at the time of heroin addiction, traditional heroin addiction, with a difficulty in understanding the kind of people we were facing at that point. The real problem, as far as I'm concerned, is that this stigma did not disappear over the years. It has partially changed and evolved over time, but is still very strongly there. But in addition to that, it's a sort of infectious stigma. Stigma that leads people to stigmatize everything that revolves around the person with addiction. So the stigma marks the addict and all those taking care of him, her. Both public and private social services, social welfare services, experience this stigma rather strongly, so much so that one of the most severe problems we have to face in Italy today is the overall difficulty, which is even more marked when it comes to addictions, in finding qualified staff, personnel, willing to work in therapeutic communities or public services. Now, this is a fact that triggers a series of consequences. Ultimately, we find it nearly impossible to understand that the person with a problem of addiction needs to be accompanied, needs someone to support them. And the fact that these people have an addiction doesn't necessarily trigger upstream a sort of vicious life. Vittorio Boschini before was sharing with us a series of processes and flows dynamics which I totally identify with, essentially presenting a whole system around the system that determines the so-called risk factors that ultimately lead to the addiction. Dr. Molinaro was explaining how nearly 25% of young people aged 15 to 19 may be considered as at risk. So the data are substantial, and not everybody can be attributed to a vicious lifestyle. It would be extremely simple if that was the case, ironically speaking. So it's a lifestyle thing, the people can solve it independently, but that's not the case. So what can we do when faced with this situation? Because this is possibly the biggest problem. The stigma, at least in Italy, led to the ideological battle that is currently ongoing around addictions. In Italy, there is a political discussion that over the years could not move to the crux of the matter, but only remained at the surface of an ideological battle between prohibitionists, anti-prohibitionists, those who think that addiction is a disease, those who think that it is a different type of issue related to the person and social problems, etc. Well, it probably happened so because it's still necessary today to pigeonhole people, to label people with a label. Thank God, in recent years, healthcare professionals have started to move away from that. People are not identified with the disease they have, but people are considered as a complex whole. And unfortunately, for many people, this is still difficult, despite the years and years of customized, tailor-made processes, treatments, etc. But that's still there's still this need of labeling addicts with something that is reassuring for the rest of the world. Why is there a stigma? It's because it avoids confusion and creates a clear-cut division between the marginalized and the non-marginalized, those who are in, those who are out. And today, addicts are still excluded. They are out. And we have to be honest about this. So what should we do? Well, definitely, I cannot see anything positive in policies which unfortunately are still being developed today, and I like to be very clear about it, policies which might lead to the risk of normalizing the use of substances. So normalizing the use of substances doesn't mean removing the stigma, as someone could wrongly be led into assuming, but contrary to that, it means reinforcing the stigma, marking even more that divide, which is reassuring for those who are this side of it, who think they are this side, the safe side of it, of the divide. Whereas I think we all of us, including communities, have to change our approach. Antonio was saying we have also made mistakes in our history. We still make mistakes. The problem is complex, and there are no straightforward solutions to complex problems. But I think we should really struggle and start to change our approach and start thinking in terms of needs. And as a consequence, we should start planning starting from the needs. We have been told that methodologically speaking, we should start making plans based on actual needs and requirements. And I think that when doing this in the field of addictions, we start by taking a step backwards. Very often we find ourselves faced with emergencies, but I think we should start working not so much on needs as on dreams, aspirations, desires for people. In particular, when it comes to stigma and hope, I think these are two sides of the same coin. They are closely connected. If you are stigmatized or if you stigmatize others in hopes of having a life free from addiction, well, there's a mismatch there. Focusing on aspirations, on hopes, and building these intervention models not on the emergency needs but on the longer term prospects for the people is essentially what people were mentioning as the activities carried out by San Patrignano, the beauty of men, learning to appreciate beauty. And that's very important because people who have a stigma, who have an addiction, no longer conjugate verbs in the future tense. So I think we have to start changing that. We have to make sure that this change happens, starting from us, from the various services that are increasingly marginalized in the overall discussion, in the therapeutic communities and in the local communities. So we have to shift from communities to the more general local community, trying to generate change. This is an investment we have to make in our treatment paths, but also, and perhaps more importantly, outside, in the outer world. And that's the only way we have to work on stigma.
Grazie. It's really helpful to hear about the needs-based approach and how focusing on hope is a way to fight stigma. Thank you. Next, and I want to go quickly so we get to hear from everybody. Next, I'd like to introduce Betsy McKay, who's a journalist for the Wall Street Journal and specializes in health policy and health matters in her work.
Thanks very much. Is this working? Yes. Yes, great. Grazie mille, and I'm sorry that's the only Italian I will be speaking today, unlike my more talented colleagues. But it's great to be with you. So I work for one of the largest newspapers in the US. So in the media, as you all know, what we do is we both reflect and help shape society's views of a problem. And so I want to talk a little bit about the US, but I think the situation is, I understand the situation in Italy is different, but the world is a small place, and what happens in one country often in time comes to another. So in US society right now, I think the fentanyl overdose epidemic, and the risks of overdoses and deaths from overdoses have created a real polarization in the view of people who use drugs. They're either viewed as tragic victims of an epidemic that's been perpetrated over many years, first by the pharmaceutical industry with prescription drugs, and then more recently by foreign cartels, Mexico and China, exporting or importing into the US synthetic opioids. And so people are viewed either as victims of this system that has been created, victims who you know, can't get out of it in any way, can't be treated. Or they're viewed as criminals who are actually helping perpetrate that epidemic. So we're polarized. We've got two very extreme kind of views of looking at people. We're polarized in our world in every way, politics, and so why not this, right? So what people, not often enough in the media, or people who use drugs are not portrayed often enough as human beings. You know, people who are full of flaws, but also full of possibility. It's a very difficult thing to do, believe me, to portray the whole person. So the overdose death epidemic in the US, which you saw how awful it is, it's an urgent problem. It has made, as you saw from the last panel, medical treatment more urgent. That has driven a demand to get more people into treatment onto drugs that will just, as the last panel said, keep them alive. You know, address a short-term problem. But putting more people on treatment in the US has led to debates and criticism of that approach. Is it going to worsen the problem? Is it going to take funding, resources, and attention away from longer-term recovery that will get people off of, that will help people, you know, cure people of their, of the problem? So I think, you know, in the US media anyway, we've done a pretty good job of describing the problem and its toll. It's pretty easy to do. When you see statistics like 107,000 people in 1 year dying of a drug overdose, I mean, as we say in my industry, that's a story that writes itself. You know, and these stories sail right onto the front page of my newspaper. They sail to they're at the top of headlines on TV shows. It's, you know, they're easy to write and they're easy to report. We've also done a good job, I think, investigating the drivers of this epidemic. Drug companies, cartels, suppliers of heroin, meth, and fentanyl to the US. Books have been written about this. It's you know, a great subject for journalists. Big corporations and organizations to blame. They're villains, and then there are the people who use them. They're the victims. But what you don't have, as I said before, are the people as human beings. But so this story has been pretty well told by now. The headlines are looking the same every year. It's unbelievable for you know, an advanced nation like the United States to see so many people die of an absolutely preventable problem is just tragic. But people understand what's going on now. And the drug epidemic has expanded well beyond the population that it was 10 or 15 years ago. But it's still very stigmatized. You have a different population, and as we've just talked about here, different population, different drugs, same stigma. So a health policy expert I spoke with recently put it this way. He said, addiction has been one of the most stigmatized health conditions. It's not seen as a particularly treatable condition. It's seen as a personal failing, and society does not have a lot of patience for that. So, you know, today in the US and here, there are people who are dying of overdoses who are regular users of these substances, and then there are people who are unwittingly caught. They took Adderall, or they took benzodiazepine, you know, teenagers. A story published in a newspaper in the state of Colorado this month talked about a young man who died. His friend said, Braden wasn't addicted to pills. He wasn't dependent mentally, physically on anything. He one night trusted someone and decided to take a pill, and it killed him. It's a horrible tragedy, but what's happening is, and we have incredible empathy for these people, but kind of at the expense of the people who are, quote, addicted. So we have yet, as a society, the other thing I wanted to say about the way the population that uses drugs is changing puts us at risk of further stigmatization. So in the 70s, 80s, and 90s in the US, and probably here too, drug use was viewed as a criminal activity, and people who used drugs were criminals. It changed a bit, or a lot actually. The victim part arose with the beginning of the prescription opioid epidemic. Again, you had someone to blame. But as the epidemic has shifted kind of more back to the streets, more to a greater variety of illicit drugs, and the population is changing, there really is a risk, I think, of the kind of stigma reemerging that dominated, 30 or 40 years ago. So we really have yet, in the media and in society, to view addiction as a condition for which there are evidence-based treatments and that we can write about. We don't portray people as having, a vulnerability that came to light in the course of using substances, something that we can do. So we need to up our game. There's a lot less coverage. While I said we've done a good job writing about the problem, we haven't done as much about writing about the solutions. Programs that are being tried and put into place, many of which you heard about in the last panel. One reason for that is that journalism is geared toward covering problems, debates, things that need to be fixed, not necessarily things that are working. Our job is to overturn the stones that no one else will overturn. It's also just a lot more difficult to write about. One of for me, one of the best parts of my job as a journalist, and one of the hardest jobs, is to write well about people. People are messy. There's no such thing as a good person, no such thing as a totally bad person. Everybody has good and bad in them. And I know that sounds sort of trite, but believe me, writing about the whole person, the struggle someone is going through, someone who uses drugs, the flaws that have brought them to this point, and the experiences and the accidents that have brought them to the situation they're in, but the possibility and the beauty they have inside them is really, really hard to write about and to find space for in newspapers. So one thing we can do more is write more about treatments, write more about the debates and the struggles that are emerging as treatment is being expanded around the US and new things are being tried. There's a couple things I noticed recently. Two states in the eastern US, Vermont and Rhode Island, have decriminalized possession of a limited amount of buprenorphine. This has led to a decrease in opioid overdoses, but of course, the people who introduced these, there's a state's attorney in Vermont who helped lead the way in this and is being criticized now for this program. Critics say it has led to increases in crime. In the state of Delaware, people who criticized funding for medication-assisted treatment say it created a hole in funding for other programs, including long-term recovery treatment. And finally, a thing we need to do more of is focus on the people, again, who are at greatest risk of overdoses. What has led them to that state? We need to, focus on the problem of will expanding short-term treatment to address the urgent need of stopping, the unbelievable number of deaths. Will that take away from long-term recovery? So these things in the U.S. These questions are becoming a lot more urgent, not only because of the number of deaths, but more money is starting to flow into the system. One thing that's happening is that courts are settling opioid lawsuits that were filed against companies that made the opioids. And so states will get some of this money, and the question is, what will they use the money for? Hopefully they use it for actual treatment programs, but what kind of treatment? So that's a picture of what's going on in the US right now.
Thank you very much. And can see that the consumption of media, it's perhaps more attractive to state these problems, but the nuances necessary for the solutions and the human elements take more time and complexity. That's a challenge, I could imagine. And one that we can hear about in Italy as well. We're fortunate to have here Viviana D'Aloiso, who's the deputy editor-in-chief of Avvenire. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie molte. Da quello che ha raccontato.
Yes, thank you for what Betsy has said. And and I'd like to talk about how we, in fact, talk about drug in Italy. We do some good work in terms of communication. But do we? I'm not really convinced. I work for Avvenire, which is a newspaper of the Italian Church, the Episcopal Council, and drug addiction is something we hold very dear. The central focus of the person, of course, is all important. This is something that, of course, the Church holds very dear. So the question of drug addiction and trying to fight it is part of the DNA of my newspaper, Avvenire. That's part of us. But I'd like to say how, in general, the Italian media talk about drugs, drug addicts, recovery, rehabilitation, and the therapeutic community and so on, which has all led to the construction, the mental construction of this sector, and which contributes, and we can ask ourselves, does it contribute to a stigma? I carried out an experiment and went back to what has been said in the last 3, 4, 6 months in the main newspapers, the online newspapers in Italy, just digiting the word drug. And I looked at how drugs were treated in 6 months. And there are two situations. On the one hand, there's the news, which in fact stories which write themselves, as you said. This in fact is not the numbers that you have, certainly, but I don't know. We have a factory of drug found in this particular place. Caserti, in fact, has the police chased a person with a knife who had drugs in his car and so on, seizures and so on. And then there's another aspect of a new synthetic drug which has been talked of a lot and which is called Blue Punisher, recalling a Marvel hero. And here we have a very cold, ascetic list of what it is. Rome, in fact, is hit by the Blue Punisher. This is the Blue Punisher. Again, this language which is used in recounting the news in the main Italian newspapers. There's a great deal of sensationalism underlining the new name, the fact that it's come for the first time, that's enormous threat, what these pills or tablets look like, and the color. Blue recalls the hero Marvel and so on. And there was no article of a more serious in-depth aspect. Just the La Repubblica talked to a psychologist, and it was reported that this blue punisher is certainly seen in rave parties and so on, and harm reduction should be carried out. And the psychologist talked about the fact that emergency treatment was possible. And then again, the perception, with regard to the perception and the stigma, this also is the case when articles or reports, in fact, are made on young people and drugs. And Andrea Galli, a colleague, went to Loreto del Mar in Spain, which is part of the Movida and kids who want to have a great buzz. And this was important in the Italian newspapers because a young Italian kid was killed outside a nightclub. And the report was drug, sex, low-cost journeys, and without no rules. This is the way to ruin, was the headlines. And that recalled to me so many headlines and reports and so-called surveys looking at young people and what they were doing. And in fact, there was a horrible sex assault in the New Year's Eve that involved a 15-year-old girl in at a party of very young people, and the articles were rape of New Year's Eve. Somebody, they want either drugs or they want a hashish, or they want a reefer. And what we see is in Italian newspapers, the media recount drugs as something which is discounted, is described when in fact there's an abnormal situation, a rave party, a party with alcohol where people lose control. That's how drugs in fact are linked to. That's how drugs are seen and perceived in Italy. Drugs are always linked to a party, in fact, increased drugs. In fact, this goes back also to the Finnish Prime Minister, in fact, who took a drug test to prove that she wasn't high on drugs. She was just enjoying herself at a party. And this, in fact, is something whereby the media always seem to see drugs when there's the wrong sort of amusement. It's mythicized, and it's chosen only in these particular extreme situations. And the message which gets across to young people is that in fact the description is seen almost as these people becoming negative heroes, but nonetheless heroes. And that's how the perception is had on the part of young people. And we forget completely what happens afterwards, when, after addiction, after consuming drugs, people then have to present for help. And then there's the public healthcare service, drug addiction service, communities, and so on. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the afterwards, the consequences. Nobody talks about rehabilitation, communities. The only thing that I found linking drugs and rehabilitation was the recovery in the stomach of a dealer who had swallowed drugs, and he had to be operated on to otherwise he would have obstructed his stomach and so on. That was the only article that in fact was reported. And therefore, when a person actually becomes a drug addict and then approaches a rehabilitation service, there we have the stigma, because it's never talked about. It's something which is hidden, swept under the carpet. And when the RAI television service, in fact, comes and does a great documentary on San Patrignano, that's the only voice of the media that does so. This terrible story of solitude, of stigma, and so is not talked about. Drug is only associated to that moment of uncontrolled enjoyment. And so here we have a dichotomy in our attitude. This year we had great news, and Mrs. Molinaro remembered that we had a conference on drugs that hadn't taken place for 12 years, and there was a wide-ranging debate on this with all the various different questions and views. We were present, and only two journalists, however, were present. Myself from Avvenire and another journalist from La Repubblica, national newspaper. And also there were just 2 articles on this Genoa Congress. Of course, the articles approach the problem from a completely different point of view. But it is quite extraordinary that in the media we had not had any input and reports on a conference that had not in fact taken place for 12 years. So I think that in terms of the mass media, we do not do a very good job in communicating drugs, addiction and so on. And we don't do a good job in telling the story of the communities that San Patrignano that I have known for years and which I try and keep in the headlines.
Grazie. So now we'll have some time for discussion. I'm not sure how much time, about 3 minutes? Okay, we'll do 3 minutes. I think, we have the media contingent here, and what I'm hearing about is that the consumption of media, and whether that's on the internet, I imagine a lot, or in the newspapers, the headlines grab, you have to get your click. There are things that are easily consumable and attractive to a reading audience. My question to you both is, what stories could be told? I mean, we talk about treatment, we talk about hope. One thing I think about, and I don't know how this is in Italy, but certainly is something in the US, is there's been some movement among younger celebrities to talk about getting treatment for and that is what there's problems in that inherently perhaps, but I'm just curious, what do you guys see as potential antidotes to this lack of discussion?
Well, I think besides the problem of needing to find clickable material and sensationalism and easy stories that we both talked about, I think the other challenge that everybody faces in talking about the epidemic of use of drugs is it just seems such a huge problem and so amorphous that people kind of their eyes glaze over. They're like, oh, what can we do about this? It's just so many people are using drugs. So many people are overdosing. Where do you start? And so I think, going back to treatment, writing about very specific initiatives that are being undertaken, and then the debates about what to do, the debates about where we're going, but looking at it in a very specific way. A walk-in clinic in one city. One academic medical center's new program to counsel people with substance use disorder before they leave the emergency room, in the hope of preventing them from coming back next week. Focusing on the specifics and then writing about the debates about them, the debates that are emerging in society about how do we really address the problem. To me, at least from the point of a writer for a newspaper, right now that's probably the most promising avenue.
Ma dal nostro punto di vista italiano, quello a cui facevi riferimento, Daniel, cioè il fatto che ci siano degli influencer, delle persone che si sono messe in campo, da noi anzi è l'opposto, nel senso che gli idoli dei ragazzi, eccetera, eccetera, tendono, anzi, la droga è molto celebrata, l'uso di droga è molto celebrata nella musica.
The use of drug is actually quite celebrated on social media, in music, so it's a sort of the other way around. What do I think we need to do in Italy? Well, here too, it might be slightly different because we are living in a different situation, but we should stop talking about drugs ideologically from whichever point of view. We should stop speaking about drugs from an ideological point of view. We should criminalize it, penalize it, throw away the key, or justify it, accept it, etc., normalize it. And I'm also saying this for my daily activity because in Italy, information is managed by publishers who have points of view, and very often they do take an ideological position when it comes to drugs. Instead, we should focus more and more often on stories. I'm a real fan of stories, Betty. I try to tell about people by their stories. A story that's well written, well said. The story of a person who is born again, who finds themselves again, is the better teaching, I think. We heard about this earlier this morning. What does it mean to overcome addiction with all the difficulties it entails? Why are communities like San Patrignano so successful? Because we find stories, we meet people in flesh and blood. And I think that even for the youngest, this could be extremely relevant. So let's tell stories of people who are alive with us, who can tell us about what taking drugs means in real life, not in a rap or in a political meeting or rally. Just try to understand what this experience entails. I always try to do this, which also means coming to visit the communities, getting to know it, exchanging ideas with the various workers, becoming familiar with what happens in CERTs, in the public health service, in hospitals and elsewhere. So sometimes we miss this. As journalists, we want to be fast, to tell everything, and sometimes we neglect taking this perspective, this deeper angle, in my opinion.
What she said.
Well, I'd like to end on agreement, and I think we can all agree that whether it's in the treatment, in the recovery, or it's in the telling of these stories, as journalists, as people within the media, a person-centered approach really seems to be what's needed, and to have these stories be told in a compelling way, because I think we all agree that's missing. So thank you very much, and it was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Betsy. Yeah? If you want. Grazie mille. Beh, direi che abbiamo avuto un
Now, I think this was a very interesting discussion on the consequences of addiction in society, how a person with addiction is perceived by society, and how this perception can have a very negative impact on the outcome, on the willingness, on the hope and the deliberation to have a future. Now, we have what Antonio Boschini has announced to us, the scientific contribution by Professor Antonello Bonci on the role of transcranial magnetic stimulation in the treatment of addictions. So we have a connection from Miami. He's waited for a couple of hours for us, so I think it is in the middle of the night there. He's still awake, waiting for us. He's one of the founders, president and scientific director of GIA Miami and Vita Recovery. Prior to that, he worked for nearly 10 years at the National Institute of Health and as the scientific director of the National Institute on Drug of Institute of Bida in the United States. So he has worked essentially in the United States, even though he is very Italian. So, Antonello, you have the floor. Thank you, and thank you very much for bearing with us, for waiting for us, and forgive us for the delay.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, and thank you, Boschini, a dear friend, for having invited me. I don't guarantee that I'll stay awake, but I will try. But I followed with great interest the Italian and
a small town near Rimini. So I would love for you, I put in this first slide my email address, these are my website. So please get in touch. I would love to speak more with you offline if you have any questions about transcranial magnetic stimulation. E quello che ho detto ai colleghi americani è che
I said to my American colleagues is that I'd like to hear from them again. Also my Italian colleagues, but as we have very little time, these slides, we're in Italy, and I passed a lot of time in our clinics and our care clinics. So please take note of my email. Any person, colleague, young person who's interested in getting to know a bit more about what transcranial magnetic stimulation can do. Anybody in the audience, if you're interested in getting more information, write me a mail and I willingly answer you what this transcranial magnetic stimulation can do for the many people who unfortunately in many families throughout the world suffer from some sort of addiction. Now, first of all, I have to say that I agree. Even if I come from the hyper-scientific world as a neuroscientist and neurologist, I agree fully with what Antonio has summed up very well. In other words, not only will we talk about the phenomenon potential, therapeutic potential of our TMS, all our patients, and all our patients in San Patrignano, are never exposed only to transcranial magnetic stimulation. There's always also a across-the-board approach. We have to know our people. We have to be person-centered. We have to look at them across the board. Certainly, there's the medical aspect. Neurologists and psychiatrists are all important, but nobody must be confused in saying, well, now we've got transcranial magnetic stimulation, we've solved everything. That would really be an insult to the work of so many colleagues all over the world. And everybody has summed up, and Antonio summed up, they are really trying to help people, and we have to do this across the board, taking into account all aspects. Now, we came to TMS through works on rats. This is something that we did when I worked at the National Drug Abuse Council, and we looked at the data of many people who looked at human beings who use cocaine for many years. What happens? We looked at what happens to the brain to people who take drugs and cocaine for allow. The frontal cortex is where we take decisions, and through the frontal cortex we take decisions to go home, to go to a wife or a companion or whatever, to do whatever. If we have an alcohol problems or if it's a good idea that perhaps we stop at a bar and drink something before going home. So we decide what's best for us, always through the frontal cortex. What happens when we have a problem? The frontal cortex, if it's dependent on cocaine or alcohol or whatever, the frontal cortex, in this case, doesn't work as it would work in a patient who is not addicted. In other words, there are areas of the caudal frontex which are less active, the areas which decide whether to pursue drugs or what is best for the individual. There are other areas of the frontal cortex which are too active, in other words, which associate the stimulus or stimuli which lead to addiction and which work and which mean that we go for this sort of addiction. What we wanted to show in our animal models that the same things also happens in rats. In other words, we wanted to see whether there was a switching off of the frontal cortex, as we saw in the humans. And what we did was through this fantastic technology, which is called optogenetics, created by a colleague of mine, Boyden from Stanford in 2004. We can switch on and off groups of neurons, including those of the frontal cortex, and we can do this on command. And that's all important for our experiment, because if we could demonstrate in rats that what happens in rats happens in people, in other words, the frontal cortex shuts down when we have addiction, well then with optogenetics we can use this technology to reactivate the frontal cortex, which has been switched off by addiction, and we compare the two. So our model, animal model, was very sophisticated. The rats took cocaine for 2 months. After 2 months, they were exposed to a negative consequence, a small shock, electrical shock. And what happened? 70% of the rats, following this negative consequence, stopped taking cocaine, whereas the other 30% of these rats, despite the fact that something negative had happened after cocaine, they continued to take them. So 30% of the rats had remained with a craving for cocaine. What happens in the frontal cortex, in the central, which is called prelytic cortex? What happened in this area for these rats, whereby they crave cocaine? What we see is a shutting off, almost complete shutting off in the rats that crave cocaine, of the activity of this part of the brain. And this is where optogenetics comes in. What do we do here with optogenetics? We switched on the frontal cortex of these rats as if they were rats that had never seen cocaine before, and we measured their interest for cocaine. In other words, whether they kept on looking for cocaine, what happened if they were interested in cocaine, as you can see in the blue, and the number of times that they pressed this lever to try and find cocaine, we see that the craving for cocaine falls dramatically once we do this switching on with this experiment and switching on the frontal cortex. Now, these are 5 years of work that I've just summed up. So very simply, this was the start of the therapy with transcranial magnetic stimulation for patients who had cocaine addiction. Laboratory, in fact, has studied this, however, for 25 years, because we know there aren't any drugs to help people with cocaine addiction. And therefore, this treatment that we developed with TMS started with patients with, as I say, cocaine dependency, because there are no drugs. And we started using TMS for practical reasons. First of all, it's non-invasive, with adverse effects which are minimal, which are very, very tolerable. Even pregnant women, for example, can benefit from TMS. People that have addiction or depression. We have 37 years of knowledge of TMS, and this was brought to the clinic by Anthony Bartlett. to treat pharmacoresistant depression. There are 19,000 articles that have been published throughout the world, and millions of people have used it. More than 10 million people have had this treatment, first of all for depression and then for compulsive and also dementia has been treated in this way. And we're very proud of the fact that thanks to the articles we published together with colleagues in the last few years in Italy, but in the rest of the world, the European community, and hopefully the Americans will follow, the European Union has approved TMS with the EU brand for the treatment of patients with addiction. Now, what exactly does TMS do? Why is it different from medication? Because it has four main activities. When we place the probe on the brain of the patient, we have a chemical effect. We have the release of many substances, including dopamine. We increase the circulation, oxygenation of the brain. We have a plasticity, greater plasticity. We create new connections, and also we have also an anti-inflammatory effect. The molecules that have to do with infection, interleukins, in fact, are seen to be reduced in TMS treatment, and this has been seen and proved for some time. Patients with cocaine dependence, in fact, we started a long time ago with a pilot study, and we showed at the time that 70% of patients with cocaine problems that had problems 17 years before cerebral stimulation, when these patients were also assisted from a psychological and therapeutic point of view, 70% of these patients showed that they had negative cocaine in their urine. This was compared to psychotherapy only. Only a very few patients, in fact, were cocaine negative in their urine. We got thousands of observations, and Antonio quite rightly said before, we should in fact publish all these statistics. We have not had the possibility to do this for practical reasons, however, but we have 995 patients that have been treated with TMS, and this in fact has contributed to the approval by the EU. But we see two things. The patients with cocaine addiction, if they have not been treated by TMS, they have a relapse after 50 days, and those who have had TMS regularly, they had a relapse rate after 91 days. In other words, we've had a several months lengthening of possible relapse time. That's not so fundamental, but what is fundamental is this. Patients who took cocaine 4-5 times a day after treatment with transcranial magnetic stimulation, even if 50% of these patients had relapses over time, these relapses were less than once every 2 months, so 0.5 times. So the relapses can happen, yes, after treatment, but in 50% of patients, but going from 5 times a week taking cocaine to once every other month is completely different. Another thing which is very important with these patients that we have seen who are addicted to have benzodiazepine, alcohol, and amphetamine dependency, we see that in fact the results are seen as well. So it's not just cocaine addicts that are helped. And then we looked at alcohol dependence and other types of dependence, and we've seen results and benefits. There's a great double-blind study carried out by a colleague in Siena, which confirmed these beneficial results. This was the group of Guido Pataglioni. And what's the point? I know that we haven't got much time, and I know I have to come to the conclusion, but the important point of all this is that, one, we have a treatment. We have no intellectual property, and so this is something which is available to one and all, and this is something which is based on scientific analysis. If I stimulate with TMS the frontal cortex of these people with addicts, I can get to disappear or reduce this craving for the substance, be it cocaine, be it alcohol, be it amphetamines, or any other type of pathological addiction. This is the important point. TMS is a technique which is very safe. It has been carried out for the last 37 years, and there are data to show this. As I say, pregnant women can have this treatment, and it's not in any way dangerous. And the most important point is, and this is fundamental, even if what TMS does is fundamental, in our view, in helping patients with dependence, and because even patients that have had 15, 17, 20 years of drug addiction, if we can get craving to be under control, whatever craving for whatever substance, after a few days, the patient, and this is really something which really surprises me, after a few days, the patient says to me, I no longer think of cocaine or alcohol. I'm no longer interested in it. It no longer attracts me. I don't even understand why I was so interested in it before. I pass a bar and I don't even know it. I see friends who are taking cocaine. I'm not interested, people tell me. And this is not the solution of the problem of addiction. As Antonio said, however, it's one of the tools that we should be using, in my view, much more widely, to help people, to help doctors, psychiatrists, and psychotherapists to take the person in care and guide him or her to a cure. But TMS has a very precise role as one of the treatments, and it's fundamental in my view because it's complementary to everything else that the patient can and must do. The number of protocols of TMS are in continual development. There are hundreds of possibilities, and it's a technology which I'm seeing being exponentially used in the US and also in Italy. So it's great to have some neurobiological instrument to help us in treating a situation or condition which is so complex as is addiction. I put my mail up yet again. For those of you that didn't write it and take it down, please write to me. I will definitely answer any questions. I'd like to thank Antonio Boschini and the organizers of San Patrignano for having invited me. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Grazie Antonello.
Thank you, Antonello. This method, well, you mentioned it was created in 37 years ago, but the novel aspect is the fact that it is currently used for addictions. I think it is something interesting, worth thrashing out, because having another instrument in our toolkit is extremely important and interesting, especially in view of what we have heard, all these deaths and all these people in really worrying and painful situations. Now we have another aspect, another scientific paper. Thank you so much, Antonello, for being with us. We can release you so you can go to sleep if you manage at this point. But we have here with us Professor Giovanni Bieretti of the Istituto Universitario Progetto Uomo, a seat of the Pontifical University in Italy. they also manage a very large community. He's participated in various investigation studies and research projects in the field of addictions and marginalization. Today, he'll be sharing with us a research project involving 3 communities based in Lombardy. And he's going to tell us how through this study they managed to prove the efficiency of the path that these young people have followed in the community. So over to you. Thank you, Monica. I'm speaking in the worst possible time. It's tagliatella time, so I'm suspecting that I'll have to be succinct. Now, everything is contained in a document, which is still not a book yet. It's only a leaflet or a brochure, which we have titled The Strength of Sharing, with a subtitle which is From Cure to Care. Of course, for Italians, the use of the term care is redolent of Don Lorenzo Milani and a school of thought that has produced a lot of results. And it is closely related with the number of treatments that have been developed with a view to saving so many lives of drug addicts. Now, first of all, some very, very short remarks, methodologically speaking, on the difference in approach between the US and Italy. The first is that in the United States, they provide short-term treatments, which are very often used there. And I would like to say, unfortunately, you will understand later on why. Sometimes the same approach is adopted in Italy and in Lombardy as well. These are selective treatments and subjective treatments because they promise a lot and they keep their promise to a certain extent. For those who are as old as me can remember the URO method developed in Israel. Don't you remember that, Antonio? I remember because at the time I was working at RAI, public TV and radio system, that I announced that a system had been developed for allowing people to stop taking drugs for in a week. And it worked. But the problem is that either you helped them and supported them further, or they went back to their addiction. Of course, they are cheaper than longer-term treatments, and they are easy to describe in terms of steps, stages, etc. Whereas the treatment provided by the Italian communities, in particular of the 3 ones I'm going to mention, are very, very long because they last at least 36 months. And in addition, they also require specific description, but also the progression from one phase to the next is not clear-cut. So it takes a measurement of results, which poses a series of problems for experts. But there is a but. The short-term treatments in the US style do not measure their longer-term results. They don't do any follow-up. Follow-up research has been invented in medicine, in particular in the treatment of lymphosarcomas, because since lymphosarcomas are not right-wing or left-wing, prohibitionist or anti-prohibitionist, so the publication of follow-up research work has made it possible over time to develop new treatment protocol, wherefore from an 80-90% mortality of patients, the current situation is such that the proportion has been reverted. Only 10-20% of patients die because follow-up has made it possible to correct all the various stages in the treatment. So it's highly efficient. So the problem is that this type of treatments envisage a measurement of results over time, but not at the end of the treatment, after 1, 3, 5, and 7 years. only in this case can measurement work, because also with the lymphosarcoma, you're not only assessed at the time of leaving the hospital, they follow up over time and constantly monitor you over time. So as Vincenzo Muccioli, whom I loved very dearly, apart from his biography, but he was extremely brave. So when in 1992 I suggested carrying out a follow-up research here in San Patrignano, Vincenzo accepted the challenge. We also had a bet ongoing, which I lost, which I couldn't pay up because Vincenzo died in the meanwhile. But the bet consisted in convening the highest possible number of people who had been in San Patrignano for at least 14 months continuously. That's what we said at the time. I think that Antonio can confirm today we would say 36 months. But at the time, 14 consecutive months were a lot. So we, as University of Bologna, I no longer work at the University of Bologna. I retired in November, but I was a full professor and director of my department there. But at the time, we interviewed people directly where they lived. So we traveled to Sicily, Sardinia, etc. And we did so because we wanted to avoid bias, any distortions. It's easier to invite people in the community and ask them, are you happy about the treatment you received? It's altogether different meeting someone in Palermo if they live in Campobello di Licata, a small hamlet, because they have to travel 90 kilometers to come and see us. So this study called San Patrignano between community and society was the world's longest review. It was translated in English, reviewed by the Financial Times, New York Times, and it was very successful. After the first TV polemics with Panella and Taradash, and then it was forgotten. But follow-up research has continued since then, fortunately, and has produced and is still producing results. The research work I'm briefly presenting to you today for time constraint and macaroni standing in the way envisaged the study of 3 residential communities in Lombardy, one managed by Arca, based in the province of Mantua. And I would like to ask Maurizio Mirandola to kindly stand up if he feels like it. He's already standing? Okay, my mistake. And the other one is the Arca social community in Como. And the other one is an association of parents against drugs based in Bergamo. The common feature for these 3 communities is that they are part of the Progetto Uomo, i.e. of FICT, and they work with the same approach. In this case, unfortunately, for economic constraints, we had to interview people at the communities. We did the best we could with the money we had. We worked for free. I would like to highlight one thing, that this research work was funded directly by the 3 communities who were eager to know how their former guests were doing sometime after discharging. And another methodological choice that might be considered as questionable, like all methodological choices, since all 3 communities are also part of COME, the coordination of Lombard communities, and they're also part of the Progetto Uomo, we have considered a sample which initially we thought would be about 100 people, and then we cut it down to 76 because we had to cut costs. So 76 former guests of the 3 communities, and the results we have observed were not considered by individual community, but in aggregate. Of course, I know from what community the people we interviewed came, but we have decided to present the results in their complexity as a whole, because I think we have to respect privacy. There is a law that was passed in Italy in 2003 guaranteeing absolute confidentiality and protection of privacy of people who participate in these interviews. So when I would like to share an anecdote with you. It's a funny anecdote, forgive me for that. But back at the time of the San Patrignano research, we chose neutral places to interview people. In Rimini, we had chosen a cinema. At some point, the owner opened the cinema, and I said, "Are you joking? We're paying your rent." And he said, "But you know, Professor, when it rains here in Rimini, people go and watch the movies." So I broke something. I scared him because it wasn't appropriate for people to be stigmatized as former drug addicts. That was a total shame and unacceptable thing. So when you perform this type of work, people's privacy and confidentiality has to be protected at all costs. And I would like to add that both in that case and in this case, many people came over with their children, their wives or husbands, so they're not ashamed of their past experience. They're almost proud of it. But of course, we cannot take it for granted in everybody's case. So, research, follow-up research. For years, we have carried out merely sociological follow-up research. And then in a TV discussion, someone said, "You're saying beautiful things. Your research proves people have stopped taking drugs, but it's only words." And then I got upset. I started to court toxicologists, and we came up with a combined research system, which is sociological and toxicological at once. So with a toxicological analysis of a biological sample, i.e. hair. If you cut people's hairs, you can be absolutely certain that, unfortunately, only in the last 36 months, but you can know for sure what has been taken by the person, how much, in what percentage, etc. So this research, as well as other research carried out, including here in San Patrignano, have been performed by combining the sociological tools and the toxicological ones. Allow me to skip how the interview questionnaire was set up, how the hair tests have been processed, etc. But let me say something. Of these 76 people, 5 were taking cocaine. The others weren't. So I think if we were really hungry and craving for some tagliatelle, I could stop here, because I think that being able to say that nearly all people involved in this type of research, after years and for some people decades after finishing their project, are completely drug-free. Well, that's a result that calls for a round of applause and lots of happiness. But let's come to the crux of my presentation, the health state of these people. It's excellent. Both the perceived one, those who define it as worst, call it as good. Most define their own health status as excellent. And then there are more objective indicators, reinsertion in society, job, accommodation, family situation. This seems an excellent result in and of itself, in particular if we think that many participants had a long story of addiction, in some cases more than 10 years, and most of them had started very, very early, when they were younger than 14, and they had a very low schooling level. So let's say they were off to a very poor start, which was overcome over time. Of course, a follow-up research is not novel, so it was also nice to hear from the guys tell us about the major difficulties they had to overcome in their lives. However, one of the best results, as far as I am concerned, was the feeling of gratitude and affection for those who had supported them in a difficult but successful process. So, to cut it short, Participants in the study were inserted into society from many points of view: work, family, health. And most of them had left the communities quite a long time before. Now, I should tell you about the specificities of the region of Lombardy, but I had 2 full pages of that. But I will just say that the region of Lombardy is the only one in Italy where a constitutional principle is actually applied. Minister Speranza mentioned Article 32 of the Italian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of treatment. So patients are free to choose where to get treated. Lombardy provides some added value. It introduced multidisciplinary integrated services run privately, which is an important asset because based on what the European Commission has said, health services should be concurrent. And I would like to add something that very many few people remember. Both according to European and Italian law, when a private social structure is approved and it operates on the market, it operates on behalf of the public service and is public service. Just to clarify things for those who are old, and there are some older people here, so the polemics about public and private services, it's an old story. And I would like to point out that in Lombardy it was possible to do something that wouldn't have been possible elsewhere. And in passing, I think I have 1 minute left. Oh, okay, no, let me skip that. Now, moving on towards my conclusions, I really cannot skip this one. I'm deeply convinced in view of these studies. I'm really sorry I didn't have time to delve everything out, but my most important message is that prevention has to be evidence-based. And prevention policies have to be, and let me repeat this again, have to be entrusted to therapeutic communities because they are the only ones who have documented their results. So in terms of prevention, since many years ago, the Ministry of Health spoilt a summer of mine by having me work doggedly to assess all the prevention projects that had been funded by the Ministry of Health. And I saw things that you humans cannot believe, including one that cost 8 billion liras. So now I think the time has come to carry out an experiment. Let's try and see whether we want to entrust this initiative to communities because they have results that they can share transparently, saying what prevention activities they can carry out. Because I said something before, but I would like to repeat it again. The first use, age at first use is extremely low. Schooling is very low. There is a very high percentage of school dropouts. And I think that people who have been in communities can really help disseminate results. There is one thing that is really not up to me to do. We have to work on disseminating the results achieved by communities, because personally I've had enough of people saying that the treatment provided in communities is the outcome of goodwill. No, it's science-based, evidence-based. It provides measurable results. So I would like to conclude by saying that some people harbor deeply rooted opinion wherefore long-term drug addicts are chronically ill and cannot be recovered. That's just not true. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni, who also talked about a very important thing, prevention, because you can't have treatment pathways and approaches, but you have to also think that you have to prevent and try and prevent people having to go into treatment. So working on the right information, as our journalist friend said, contribute to help young people to develop life skills and a solid basis for facing the world and building their future. So prevention is all important. It's really important and has to be carried out as in the right way, not as Camilo said, just casting fear into the hearts of people, but doing things very concretely, giving them resources rather than risking just fear, because very often drug addiction is a question of deprivation, of trauma. Their emotions are, they don't have much emotional intelligence, so they haven't learned that. So these are all things, and prevention is all important. So now let's draw the strings together, as it were, from everything we've heard today. We're all very hungry, so let's do it quite quickly. But I think it is important to hear from our friends from New York, Professor Wilner, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the New York Presbyterian Cornell. And he's going to be able to give us a summary of what we've heard. And he's together with Jonathan Avery and also Antonio Boschini.
I already introduced him.
All right, so this is our final session where we'll have our concluding thoughts. First, though, just a round of applause for Monica, who did a wonderful job moderating the whole session today. It was a wonderful guide as we explore this important topic. But I'm excited to welcome back Antonio Boschini and my boss and colleague and friend, Dr. Wilner, to help us tie it all together and to figure out what we can learn from each other. And so I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Wilner.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you for the opportunity for all of us to be here. I will be very brief because the hour is late. I'm leaving with hope. I'm leaving with hope because smart people, as you heard today, are evaluating this problem and will come up with solutions. And slowly but surely they are coming with solutions. I have to say, though, that I came with a certain amount of concern. We heard our journalists talk about articles in the media, talk about stories that need to be told about patients. And just a few days ago, in the Wall Street Journal on Saturday, there was an article about a young man, 29 years old, 10 years of heroin addiction. Every service we have in America was given to this young man. And he was in a residence. But unfortunately, because right now there are online services available where for a very brief consultation you can get medication, he was given a stimulant. He went on a site to evaluate for attention deficit disorder. The clinician there, who barely knew him, prescribed Ritalin for him. He took the Ritalin, within a few weeks was back on opiates, and unfortunately within a few weeks died of an overdose. So it leaves one worried. It leaves one worried very much. With everything that we have, we still have very unfortunate outcomes. And we could talk about the fragmentation of the healthcare system. There are many reasons why it doesn't work for everyone, but I do have hope. I have hope that based on what we heard today, the scientific investigation, the clinical approaches that people are taking, we will find new ways and better ways to solve the problem. And one of the ways is what's happening here in San Patrignano. Now you may ask, why am I here? Why am I here? I came because 4 years ago I had the privilege to meet Letizia Moratti and Danielle Bodini, and they described the program to me and to Dr. Avery. They came looking for an academic partner, and we heard the story of what happens here, and it was very compelling. I have to say that I didn't fully understand it and remained curious. But something spoke to my mind and something spoke to my heart. So I encouraged the connection and permitted our brand to be associated. I had to say, yes, we can now form a partnership and put our names together and work together to try to understand what to do for people who use substances and what to do that's the next step. And that's really what I want to conclude with. What do I see now and what did I learn today is the next step. And some of that I learned last night from Gabriele Moratti, who I had the privilege to sit with at dinner. And he was able to explain in enormous depth really what happens in San Patrignano. And I have to say, now I believe that what we're talking about here is a fourth model of care for people who use substances. It's the fourth model that has to be better developed and better understood. The first model was the moral model, and that really gave us the 12-step programs. And that helped. It came from a moral theology and a certain background, and 12-step, which is still in use and still very, very helpful, started a movement towards we have to help people use substances for whatever reason. We moved from the moral theory, because it's a model and a theory, we moved then to the psychological model. The model that said that early life experience is important, we have to deeply understand the person, and we brought 12-step together with a psychological model, and that moved addiction treatments forward. We're now very much into what I see as the third model, and that's the medical model. Understanding brain science, so exciting the TMS can make a difference. Isn't that thrilling to think? A new tool in the armamentarium. But that's a medical approach, and that's the medical model. So we have a moral model and a psychological model, and now a medical model that's advancing the field. I believe there's a fourth model, and that's what San Patrignano does, and I think we have to study it more. That's a sociological model. And it's a little different from biopsychosocial, because we talk biopsychosocial. The social there, to my mind, having run so many services of different sort, is really about social services. Is there a problem, a social issue that we could tackle alone? And sometimes there are two, so we put two together. But that's not how sociologists think about things. And I think we have to bring that now forward into our understanding of what is ultimately going to be the best way to address what is a crisis, a national crisis, international crisis, a crisis that leads to terrible morbidity and mortality as we're seeing. I think we need to think as sociologists do. And the team that leads San Patrignano and the team that's been doing it now for almost 40 years brought an idea that it's about community. That's a sociology term. It's about culture, mores, how does one live? That's a sociology term. How do you find meaning? How do you find meaning through productivity? That's work. How do you find value in your life? It's about community. These are terms that we're not accustomed to in the mental health side of things, and I do believe, and I'm taking away from here everything that I've learned, that will be the fourth method or model or theory that we have to bring to bear to help people. Now that's a model that takes time. That is, these services take time. The approach here is 2.5 years. That sounds expensive, but if we think about how much we're spending in other ways to care for the same population of people, at the end of the day, it'll save us money. And it will improve lives. And it will knit together everything we know from psychology and medicine and put it all together in a functional way that will actually help people very, very much. So I encourage that. I think all of us have to go back and kind of think, is there another way to think? I thinking of it as the sociological model, the school or the field or the science of sociology that builds communities, looks at communities, and then helps us to understand how do you do that. That, I think, is the brilliance of what is being done here. We have to figure out how to replicate that, but that'll take study. We have to study how can one replicate this. We can't have this everywhere, but we should have it in some version everywhere. Otherwise, we're going to have more stories like this. We'll have more stories like, a young man who relapsed despite lots of efforts. We could not touch him. And I'll end with something that one of the ministers of health said, and I just want to add a piece. He said that we should move from cure to care, which I think is completely correct. But I would add we should move from cure to care to rebuilding. We have to rebuild lives. And it's rebuilding. They had a life before, but something didn't work. And we have to rebuild their life. So I would say cure to care to rebuilding. And we have to figure out how to rebuild, but this is the place to start. What's being done here is novel, it's innovative. I think that we all have to learn and use that idea, the approach to rebuild lives. If we rebuild lives, I think we'll be able to tackle now what seems like an impossible problem. I think we'll get there. So thank you very much for the opportunity. On behalf of the team, we thank you very, very much for inviting us. We've learned a lot. We'll bring it back to where we are and hope to share it with the world. We're scientists, so we hope to share it with the world through publication, through research, through meetings like this. So again, thank you very, very much. I'll turn to my colleague.
Brevissimo perché
Very briefly, because 800 people who are really very hungry waiting for us. Two things. Yesterday evening talking, we said that many people have been here in San Patrignano for years, and each of us has a real great baggage of experience, but none of us could do anything were we outside of this place and meeting people with addiction outside of this place, because what makes the difference is not my experience, Victoria's experience or whatever. What makes the difference is the context of this community, because none of us could do anything were we outside of this community, because it's the community which is the tool of cure and treatment. And second thing, what we know that makes a difference is the motivation of the young people towards a change. Here they're motivated to change, and it's easier to achieve a conclusion. It's the motivation which is all important also of the people who work here and the people who are used to use drugs, for example. Motivation is key all round. We wake up in the morning stressed, worried, etc. But then when you go to your office and you speak with a young lad, you realize that you're not just speaking to a young guy, you're speaking to the family of that young guy. And what you can do at that moment with that person, in fact, is important not only for the person you have in front of you, but for mom and the dad or kids who live hundreds of kilometers away and keep on thinking about how their relative in the community is doing. And that is something which really drives you and gives you a motivation to try and help all these people. And I'm thinking of there's so many people who died, but also on top of that we have the families who live with a sense of guilt because their relative has died.
Well, I couldn't have said it better than these two, than Dr. Wilner and Dr. Boschini. We're very lucky to have them help us wrap it up, and I, like them, leave here with a lot of hope that we can bring back the key ingredients that we observe here at the therapeutic community at San Pa and incorporate it in the United States, study it further, and really, serve our patients and those struggling with addiction in the best way possible. And so we're very grateful for all of you for coming and joining us in this process, and very grateful for you both for summarizing your thoughts. Any final thoughts before we wrap up or turn it over to Monica? No. They're good. We got it. So thank you, everyone. I'll turn it back over to Monica, and I appreciate, again, all of you participating.
Io ringrazio I nostri
I'd like to thank our last speakers for their brevity. They were great and really short, but really they summed up and put everything together and pulled the strings together, tied everything together. What we have looked at and talked of this morning, many things, and perhaps we have realized we have many more tools than we realized we had, but we must put them all together. It is only by uniting all our forces and strengths that will we be able to try and help 107 families who are desperate and really make a difference. People who have a terrible pain for the relatives, especially of those who died, whose pain will never die. So thank you all very much. And I'd like to call upon the president of the San Patrignano community, Denny Pinelli, who would just like to say a few words. Thank you all very much. We've come to the end of this very interesting morning. I'd just like to take up a couple of minutes of your time, and as you know, there are many people out there who are hungry, and you too must be very hungry. So thank you all very much for having participated in this in-depth meeting on addiction and substance abuse. Thank you all the institutions and who participated and in this meeting. I'd like to thank all the illustrious speakers who from Italy and the US have joined us with such enthusiasm. I'd also like to particularly thank Dr. Daniele Borsini, who with the Alexander Modini Foundation and the San Patrignano has made this project possible. Thank you very much, Dr. Borsini. I'd also like to thank all the young people of San Patrignano who have in fact done a very hard job, done a great deal of work to develop this and make this organization run smoothly. Thank you. We hope that there'll be other possibilities to meet, because I think they're really important. We hope there will be another opportunity, and we really thank you all sincerely. I wish you all a very happy rest of the day. And if you want to go to the canteen, everyone's waiting for you. Thank you.